I'd ask the following skaters to take the ice for their warm-up. Representing Canada, Jamie Salé and David Pelletier. Representing China.
7 months ago, they became world champions in Vancouver. They are on the road to the Winter Olympic Games, and it winds through Saskatoon. Yes, it is time to skate. Canada.
Chantal Poirier and Ian Morin.
Tonight, the stars of skating light up the prairie sky. The Dream Chasers move one step closer to their Olympic dream. With each edge, they chip away at the road that leads to Salt Lake City, and the next chapter begins in Saskatoon, where there is no time like the present.
We're ready to take on the world.
MasterCard Skate Canada International, next on TSN.
TSN proudly presents coverage of the 2001 MasterCard Skate Canada International from Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, and it is here where Elvis Stojko will begin his final season of competition. The 29-year-old says he is healthy and ready for the road to Salt Lake City. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Saskatchewan Place, and welcome to another season of figure skating. You will hear us say it time and time again. It's an Olympic year. That is the predominant storyline as we build towards Salt Lake City and 2002. All the top skaters have tailored their schedules to build towards those games, and all their performances leading up will have much more to do with preparation than perfection. So with such an important season, it's only appropriate that we bring you more figure skating coverage than ever before on both TSN and, of course, CTV. It begins tonight with 2 hours right here on TSN. Then we are on CTV for the rest of the week, beginning with primetime coverage tomorrow night, Saturday afternoon, and then Saturday night, the men's and ladies free skate will wrap it up on Sunday with the dance. Tonight, we begin with the men's short program and the pairs. And for that story, we bring in Rod Black and Debbie Wilkes.
And thank you, David. Welcome, everyone, to a new skating season. Debbie, I know what began last week, the Grand Prix season in Colorado Springs with Skate America, but for all intents and purposes, for Canadians, it starts here. And the odyssey for Jamie Salé and David Pelletier towards a world championship began at this event 3 years ago.
It wasn't in Saskatoon, though, Kamloops, BC, and we couldn't believe it. It's just 3 short years and a rather unprecedented leap for a North American pair. They were with Richard Gauthier, being coached by him at that time, and he paired them up, saw their potential, and all of us saw that magic that eventually brought them to Vancouver 2.5 years later and to the top of the podium there to become world champions.
They have made a change, a significant one, though. They have left Richard Gauthier. They have moved west to Edmonton to train under Jamie's old coach, Jan Olmark, who now says that all eyes are on Jamie Salé and David Pelletier.
Like David said one time, you know, we are the hunted now, and we're not the hunters anymore. And you have to see it that well. I mean, it's always nice to be the hunter, but if you win, of course, you're going to be the hunted. And it's learning to deal with that and learning all the situation that comes with that we have to try to deal with the next 4 months. And there's going to be some ups and downs, and you learn from it.
And here they are, beginning the warm-up. Jamie and David had drawn first place to skate, always the toughest. But boy, if you've got to bank on the odds, I'd rather be skating first at Skate Canada than at the Olympic Games.
This is a team that already has a win this
We'd like
season
to
at
remind
Skate
you that
America. They are the
these
overwhelming favorites here. They won last week at Colorado Springs.
Do not use cameras.
And Jan Allmark, their new coach, was formerly Jamie's singles coach. And when they decided to make that change, which the skating world thought was pretty crazy at the time, David said, you know what, we just felt we had to do something, and better we should do it now. After the Olympic Games, it's too late.
He was a coach that also helped a lot with Jamie's single skating at the time, and jumping in particular.
And remember that both Jamie and David competed as single skaters and competed nationally. Jamie felt that Jan was the right, had the right mental attitude, had the right technical skills, and of course, enormous experience.
I asked David yesterday about the move west. He said, I've moved so many times in my life, it doesn't matter to me. He says he's loving Edmonton right now. He's loving the situation. They're working with Laurie Nickel again as their choreographer, and also getting some help from one of the greatest skaters of all time, Kurt Browning, who's added some touches.
Yeah, but David says, don't tell anybody about Kurt helping us. It's our secret weapon. He has helped, particularly with the short program.
The warm-up and ask the skaters to clear the ice.
And this is a very light-hearted look. It's a tango, in fact, and all about a story where Jamie discovers lipstick on David's collar, and she gets angry and jealous about it, and the program is spent with him trying to make up to her, I guess.
Well, we are exactly 100 days from the first day of the Olympics pair short program in Salt Lake City.
Our first competitors in this
So the
event
road continues.
represent Canada. Jamie
Today
Shae
it begins
and
with
David
the pair
Benson.
short program, 8 required elements.
And this is their first competitive skate on home soil since they became world champions in Vancouver.
There's the finding the lipstick. Nice little setup. It leads powerfully into a throw triple loop. Next, the side-by-side triple toe jumps. Perfect. The elements are wonderful, but it's the way they are put to the music. The footwork section, flowing fast. Both partners easily in reach. And my favorite element, this lift. It covers 80% of the ice. Watch David stops rotation, then must begin rotating again. It's completely done by feel. I'll try to show you that.
Skated with passion, dexterity, emotion, and a little humor. And if they skate it like this and build towards the Olympic Games, who knows what awaits Jamie Shae and David Pelche, the world champions. So solid again, and this season has only just begun. Well, world champions who are not satisfied with just one world championship. They want a few more, and they want an Olympic gold medal. They are two very committed people, Jamie Shae and David Pelche.
Here's one of the things they've been working on very hard, the side-by-side triple jumps, which have always been very good, but I think Jamie lost a little bit of her confidence with some inconsistency last year. Perfect today. But here is the lift. Watch this sucker go. It's powerful. It covers the full ice surface. I love the way David's feet are very neat. The turning is easy. He stops, then must continue. He never looks up. The hand change is always happening. A lift that is done by feel alone. That is being in tune with your partner.
Yeah, and Olmark told me yesterday he thought that sometimes their lifts look too easy for the judges at times. Very hard for them to mark them. No problem marking here. The pairs free skate is tomorrow night. The only way I think they're going to lose this competition is if they forget their skates tomorrow, because they are prohibitive favorites here. And the marks are big marks for the first skaters out of the chute tonight, by the way.
Now, don't you get yourself bent all out of shape at home because there aren't any sixes there. Remember, we have a whole field to go through. Those marks are going to be the highest of the day. That's what's important.
Our next competitors represent China, King Pang and Zhan Tong.
The biggest challenge that Shae and Pelche would have faced at this competition would have come from the Chinese champions, Zhuai Shen and Hongbo Zhao, but they could not compete here because of injury.
We're unsure exactly what that injury is. We believe it's with Shen's ankle. Also, big news, Berezhnaya and Sigurdilitsi are out of Nations Cup through a fall out of a lift where his arm was cut quite badly, we understand.
Here is the second-ranked team in China, 10th at the Worlds in Vancouver, King Pang and Xian Tong.
Lovely throw triple Salchow. Big improvement with this team this year in just a few short months. They've been doing a lot of ballet training. We're beginning to see it in the stretch and the line. Death spiral is the required death spiral this year. Woman skating on a left back inside edge.
A nation that has made huge strides in pairs skating over the last decade, really. China, and Pang and Tong certainly showed some of that tonight here in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. And how did King, Pang, and Jian Tong do on that list?
They got all of the elements done. I think their strongest one was the throw triple Salchow. Boy, did it cover the ice. Very strong and powerful going in. Almost difficult to tell whether she's taking off on 2 feet or not, but she lands it very solidly. The double twist is a lateral twist, meaning her position in the air is horizontal with the boards. Watch how she goes up. It makes it a little tougher on the landing. The woman tends to slap into the male partner when she comes down out of a lateral twist, the different parts of the body moving at different speeds.
We've seen the Chinese teams over the last couple of years with their great aerobatics, they're high flyers, and here are the required elements marks from 5-1 to 5-5.
One thing we've been noticing already this year, even from Skate America, the judges have been deducting like crazy, and they were looking at the very sloppy presentations on the pair spin and the side-by-side spins. Also, they were very scratchy throughout.
And now let's join Dave Randorf.
And I am with Jamie Saleh and David Pelche. Very nice start, guys. A new season as world champions, a new training base in Edmonton, and a new coach. A lot of changes. Jamie, tell us about it.
Well, we decided to do this, as everybody knows, this June, and it was the best thing we did. We're both very, very confident where we are, and I think it shows in our competitions. And with Skate America behind us now, we're feeling really good, and we still have the long program to do, so we'll see how it goes.
Many would agree. It does show out on the ice. And David, how important are the results? The results are very nice, I know that, but how important are the results in terms of just getting ready for Salt Lake City?
I think the results are not as important as the way you feel, and because nobody wins Olympic or Worlds in October or November, so we want to get out and go back home and feeling good. I think the feeling that we're looking for is feeling confident going into the big ones, and that's really what we're looking for instead of the results.
It looks confident out there tonight. Congratulations. Good luck in the free skate.
Thank you very much.
And with that, we'll take a quick break. You are watching live.
And Ian Moran.
Chantal Poirier and Ian Moran were 5th at the Nationals in Winnipeg last season in juniors. So this is their debut as senior skaters, in part because of the retirement of Christy Sargent-Wirtz and Chris Wirtz,
who incidentally are coaching them now. Chris and Christy are teaching alongside Paul Wirtz, Chris's brother, at the Toronto Cricket Club. This team has moved their training site to Toronto to be with all the Wirtzes, and Chris is standing at the boards here with them.
This is a big deal for them to skate at this level.
They only found out last Tuesday, apparently, that they were coming. Problems with the side-by-side jumps. Selected a throw triple loop. Nice. Should be a minimum of 5 rotations on each foot in the side-by-side spin. The footwork section here chosen as a circular pattern must cover the full width of the ice surface and must complete the full 360 degrees. Gutsy lift with a very tough entrance.
kids. She's 15, he's 21. Some people may question why Skate Canada would throw some junior skaters into the fire, but why not? You have to make the step sometime, and tonight is all about the experience. I think it's a testament to how deep pairs skating is in Canada as well.
It's not good enough once you start making it into the upper echelons to be testing the waters at your first international competition. This is when you have the opportunity to make the biggest progress and to learn the greatest lessons, when there really aren't any expectations.
And there is Chris Wirtz, and we haven't had a chance to congratulate he and Christy for just a marvelous career, not only as talented skaters that did so well for Canada on the international stage, but really real leaders within the Canadian ranks and great ambassadors for skating. There's Chris Wirtz right there.
And Chris would be so pleased with the throw triple loop. It was a beautiful element done with a lot of speed. Setting up, getting just the right arc on the back outside edge. Lovely in the air. The lift was also very good. A hard entrance going in off of this back inside edge, a real lasso without the use of a toe pick. An interesting position here in the reverse star position. Clean, very nice.
Christy and Chris had planned to skate on to the Salt Lake City Olympics, but then had some differing thoughts, and then fate intervened as well.
They're going to be new parents.
They're going to be new parents next year, so again, it's going to allow another pairs team to go to the Winter Olympic Games. And don't be surprised to see Chris Wirtz sitting with a couple of teams in the future. I think that he wants to stay in skating as a coach to impart some of his knowledge and experience on some of the younger skaters.
And there's a lot there. And when you've been in the trenches and you know what it feels like and you know the kind of pressure that comes along with this job, it gives a lot to pass on.
It's different seeing him sitting there and not...
It's kind of weird, isn't it?
Not with a skating costume on. I think he probably gets a little emotional too. First time skate, sitting there as a coach. And of course they had a terrific skate at the Winnipeg Nationals.
Brilliant. 2 programs, brilliant. I want to ask him if he was really nervous. Like, did these nerves, were they different somehow from the nerves that you get when you have to go out and skate?
We'll watch these two, Chantal Poirier and Ian Moran, at the National Championships in January in Hamilton, which will be the last step before the Winter Games. We'll talk to Chris Wirtz about that.
Definitely not. Thanks a lot. You know, as you saw in the last pair, the Wirtzes have moved on from coaching, or rather competing, to coaching. Chris is here. Christy is at home at the Toronto Cricket Club, working there. She is also 10 weeks pregnant, which is probably the biggest reason why they have retired from active competition. After 9 years together on the ice, a couple of Canadian championships, 6 top 10 finishes at the Worlds, and a couple of Olympics, this is a Canadian pair that will be remembered fondly, both on the ice and off of it.
I think it was always really neat having actually Chris and Christy around somebody, because I think Chris, especially when you're in a competition, things always seem to be very, like, you're very narrow-minded and you're very serious. And when you start talking to him, he's like, oh, just lighten up, you know, it's not the end of the world. And he just always took everything, like, he was serious when he skated, but as soon as he got off the ice, he was always just very funny. Mm-hmm. And I think also the fact that he didn't really care what other people think when he got off the ice, he was just himself. I think that really taught a lot of the younger skaters that, yes, competition is very important. However, don't lose the sight of why you're there. You worked really hard, but you also are supposed to have some fun.
I think they've contributed a lot to Canadian skating and to skating. They've always been in the hunt. They've always pushed forward. They've always had, you know, ups and downs, and they've learned a lot being out there. And everybody knows Chris as being the fun, ham-it-up kind of guy, and always extroverted, always friendly with everyone. And we're definitely going to miss them.
What I will miss most about Chris and Christy is their attitudes towards skating, their personalities behind the scenes, always joking around. It was just someone, especially for myself, that I could relate to and always have a lot of fun with, and make competition not seem like it's the end of the world or it's so serious. There's always another part of life other than skating.
What I'd ask is the
And here I am with the big ham, along with Chantal and Ian. First of all, Coach, not a bad performance here.
That's great. That's all we can ask of Chantal and Ian. This is their first event. Pretty good.
How is it now, coaching as opposed to competing?
More challenging because I can't just take the bull by the horns and do it myself. And I really enjoy this factor because of, you can bring the best out in people, as you saw about 2 seconds ago.
Yeah. Well, on behalf of fans across the country, everybody enjoyed watching you and Christy skates. Congratulations on your upcoming addition to your family, and best of luck as a coach. Coach.
Thanks, buddy.
One of the really good guys in skating is Chris Wirtz, and again, congratulations to Christy and Chris as the pair's short program continues here in Saskatoon. And now the Russian team, Tatiana Tatmianina and Maxim Marinin, who finished third a week ago at Skate America. They were fifth at the World Championships in Vancouver.
Another team that has made a coaching change. This team has moved to Chicago to train with Oleg Vasilyev, a former Olympic pair champion. Wow, another beautiful throw triple loop. Strong single skaters. Side-by-side triple toes. This is one of the few teams in the world that does more than one triple jump in their free program. Double twist is maybe their weakest element. Doesn't get a lot of height, nor does it cover a lot of ice.
They will provide the closest competition here for Jamie Saleh and David Peltier. The Russians, Tatmianina and Marinin, at the 2001 MasterCard Skate Canada International. Russia has long been a powerhouse in pair skating from the days when you were skating pairs.
Oh boy, I'll say. And they have really focused a lot on the side-by-side skating. This team capitalizes on that. I think it's the best part of their skating. Unfortunately, many of the pair moves, particularly the lifts, do not measure up in terms of quality or difficulty. The final element, however, the pair spin, was quite lovely. It kept speed, the positions were interesting, and it was well centered.
They skate in the shadows of Elena Berezhnaya and Anton Sigurlitse. We have heard word that Sigurlitse has been injured. Apparently has cut his arm. We will update that throughout the weekend. Here are their marks. Very strong. We'll elevate them into second place. Indeed, second place ordinals behind Saleh and Peltier. And we have one Canadian team to come in this pair short program. We'll be back to Saskatoon after this on TSN.
Representing
Jamie Saleh, David Pelche, leaders pair short program in Saskatoon at this MasterCard Skate Canada International. One team to skate. One of the teams that will be in a battle at the National Championships in Hamilton. Canada will send 3 teams to the Winter Olympic Games, thanks to what Jamie and David and Christy and Chris did at the World Championships, and this could be one of the teams going to the Winter Games. Annabelle Langlois, Patrice Arquetto had a terrific national championship in Winnipeg. They finished 3rd.
Amazing what a little success will do for you. This team has come out of the blocks faster than any other team here. The improvement has been incredible. Opening element, the throw triple Salchow. Doubled. Side-by-side triple toes. But the troubles continue with the side-by-side spins.
They know they've skated better than that. They're going to face some serious deductions.
It was a raggy program. There were consistent problems throughout, starting with the throw, which isn't a deduction. It was a clean double throw, but the base mark is not as high. So, you know, you can call it whatever you like. They don't get the marks they were hoping for.
They are really looking for a top 6 finish here at this Grand Prix event. Of course, the Grand Prix season consisting of 6 events that lead to the Grand Prix final, which will be held in Kitchener, Ontario in December, by the way. That's going to be a terrific event. And this team hasn't quite qualified yet for an Olympic spot based under the criteria for Skate Canada and the Canadian Olympic Association, but they've been close.
They're partly there. They need another top 6 finish in an international. Here's the way it breaks down. We are entitled to send 2 men, only 1 woman, but 3 pairs and 2 dance teams based on, as you said, Rod, our team's performance last year at the World Championships in Vancouver.
And the good news for Team Canada is, unlike 1998 when several skaters did not meet some of the criteria, and you think about Emanuel Sandhu, many of the skaters have already met the criteria for Salt Lake City. And Langlois and Arquetto are looking to do that with a top 6 finish in a Grand Prix event this season.
This was the troubled spot. The throw triple Salchow was planned, but either the timing or the feel in the air was off. They only got 2 rotations out of it. Here was one of the most The biggest problem areas, the side-by-side spins, off balance, out of unison. And there were other problem areas throughout too. Nothing terribly major, but when you add up all the deductions, eek, not so good. The death spiral, however, is lovely. It has a very broad, let's look at how the actual pattern goes in for the skater. The broader the circle, the better the death spiral. Annabelle goes down very quickly and maintains a beautiful position. Patrice in a perfect toe pick position in the back pivot.
There's their coach, Jose Picard, and again, they are trying to keep themselves in the top 6 here. We have had other teams skate here in Saskatoon tonight. Those are pretty good marks considering the missed cues. 4.9 to 5.3 from the Chinese judge.
They managed to keep their presentation. They managed to keep the idea of the program alive. They still performed it and were not overcome by the mistakes.
They kept the presentation and they kept themselves in the top 6. They are currently 4th and will head to the pairs free skate tomorrow night in 4th place. Shae Peltier lead. And coming up, Elvis Stoico says this will be his last season as an amateur skater. Jamie Shae, David Peltier. Leaders, no doubt about it. Pairs short program, pairs free skate tomorrow night. The Russian 2nd, China 3rd. Langlois and Arquetto staying in 4th place. And the young Canadians, Chantal Poirier, Ian Moram, 7th position in their first foray to the senior ranks. And the compulsory dance has been completed here in Saskatoon. That was last night, and the leaders, Shae Bourne and Victor Kratz.
Very important with a compulsory dance that you set yourself off for the competition, like the short program. Shae and Victor comfortably winning this dance, and it was nice to see the soft side. They've become quite dramatic with their new programs, and the Golden Waltz, showing off a little bit of softness, their edges. Well skated dance.
A rather provocative look, and Victor with the longer hair this year. They've made some minor changes, but their goal is obviously Salt Lake City and to get back to the podium at the World Championships. Leaders after the compulsory dance ahead of the Israeli team. France is 3rd, Canada's Wing and Low sitting in 6th place, and Jose Pichet and Pascal Denis in 10th place. But let's talk about Shae Bourne and Victor Kratz after Vancouver at the World Championships. Going back to they do that often. They go back to the drawing board and rethink what they're going to do this year as they get ready for the original dance here. What's in their mind heading into this new season?
Well, I think what happened most importantly for them this year is they got back to the drawing board in a hurry. They got off to a quick start, got their new programs in order in the summer, and as a result, they finished 1st at Skate America. They were not up against any of the podium finishers at the World Championships, but there was a lot of talk generated about their new programs. They did not skate their free dance as well in the competition, and so what is important for them here is they've got a win under their belt. Now they want to go out and drive home the routines, show these international judges just what they're capable of. Very difficult material, and they're going all out.
Like Jamie Shae and David Peltier, they are the favorites at this event. Shae and Vic have won 5 Skate Canada titles, should make it 6 here. I don't want to get too far ahead, but they've also, in their free dance this year, gone to Michael Jackson.
A different look,
Yeah.
yes. Athletic style, a lot of footwork. They use every beat of music. But what is so important for them, let's face it, they want to set themselves up for the Olympic Games. They definitely want a medal. And the talk that they generate early in the season is so important. They want to put the pressure on those top 3 finishers on the world podium and let everybody know that they're ready to make a move back up.
We'll see that Michael Jackson routine, the free dance, tomorrow on CTV. We're getting ready for the original dance here in Saskatchewan Place, and we look at one of the Canadian teams, as Jose Pichet and Pascal Denis, who have been around for a while. Again, beginning this program in 10th position. Can we say enough also about this great city, Saskatoon, done a marvelous job hosting this MasterCard Skate Canada International. Last time we were in Saskatoon was 10 years ago. at the Canadian Championships.
From Canada,
And Shae, Bourne, and Victor Kratz
and Pascal Denis.
weren't even skating together at that time, but they've been around for quite some time. And Shae and Vic will skate last in this original dance.
The original dance must be a Spanish medley this year, and they can do a dance in flamenco style, a tango, a paso doble. They must have a combination of 2 or 3 of these different rhythms and tempos. Character of the dance, very important. There are required elements in the original dance. 2 different lifts, 1 spin, 2 different step sequences, and a series of synchronized swivel. So, as in the short program, the judges will be comparing those elements, and any mistakes, there are deductions. Here's the straight line sequence. Skaters are not allowed to touch. Judges assessing the skaters as individuals. Finishing up with a twizzle sequence there. Good unison. Primarily of cross rolls. Winding steps with legs crossing from side to side. They only competed once last year. Shae had a tendon injury. That one competition was the Canadian Championships, where they finished 4th.
José Pichet, Pascal Denis, the 4th ranked team in Canada. The number 3 ranked team in our nation will skate next.
I know.
Our first set of ice dancers in the original. Again, we'll have the free dance on CTV tomorrow.
A little flamenco character in this dance, and moving now into their diagonal sequence. And if you look at the hold, that's a dance hold. It has to be a closed position, waltz or tango position. And then if you look down to the feet, the steps are supposed to be predominantly cross rolls, which is here. You can see some backward cross rolls. They could use more predominantly cross rolls. They did 5 or 6 steps in the cross rolls, so they'll need to add some more of that, more cross rolls through the season.
And these marks, since they're the first dancers, will represent the standard that everyone else has to shoot for. Low marks for composition. Presentation marks a little bit higher for José Pichet and Pascal Denis. And there's Aaron Lowe, waiting for partner Meg.
Our next competitors from Canada, Megan Wing and Aaron Lowe.
Megan Wing and Aaron Lowe, longtime competitors on the Canadian dance scene, 3rd ranked in this country.
dances. They capture the flavor of the music. A nice variety there, a change of tempo from the hard flamenco. Now a winding, twisting tango.
Really a style that suits their personality.
I find that some teams, it doesn't matter what music they're skating to, they always have the same look. And Megan and Aaron are very versatile skaters.
Skated. Megan Wang and Aaron Lowe went to the World Championships and did represent Canada a couple of years ago, finishing 15th. Missed a trip to the Worlds last season.
And a standing ovation for this performance. And yes, it is a Canadian audience, but what they do is they draw the audience into the performance, the way they use the music, the timing, the phrasing. They also use a lot of eye contact with each other and with the audience.
They love to dance, and it shows. It shows. Aaron celebrated a birthday a couple of weeks ago, and Megan celebrated a birthday this week. In fact, yesterday, her 26th.
Their straight line footwork was very good. I liked the unison. The twizzle section here. I am concerned, though, that they went around the corner on the twizzle section and continued it into the corner as opposed to finishing it at the end of the rink. Here's their diagonal with the twisting cross roll steps, and you could see the tango expression with their free legs, the legs in the air. And they kept the character of the dance even in their lifts.
So now we'll see where the judges will place them
Marks for Megan
in this original.
for composition.
They were in 6th place again after the compulsory dance, and low marks for composition. The judges in the audience don't like it.
They've been undermarked in this competition, undermarked in the compulsory dance, and again here in the original dance.
They were disappointed with the judges' marks after the compulsories, maybe here too. Shae, Bourne and Victor Kratz still to skate.
Our next competitors from France, Isabelle Delobel, Olivier Schoenfelder.
A team currently in 3rd position, Isabelle Delobel and Olivier Schoenfelder of France, a team that made it to the podium at Skate Canada in 1999. They finished 3rd. They are the number 2 ranked team in France, behind Anasina and Pesera. They finished 13th at the World Championships in Vancouver.
Bourne and Victor Kratz. Whoa, that footwork was terrific. Speed, rhythm, and difficulty.
not an easy piece of music to skate to.
They handle it well.
Very well. Isabelle Delabelle, Olivier Schoenfelder. That was good.
Remember, they're ranked 13th in the world. This is November. It is still a little bit rough and unrefined, but very difficult. And if it grows as this program can, they'll be moving on up in the world standing.
And if you are going to make a move, the original dance is where a lot of the movement is made. As many teams have found out in years past, if you want to vault your way in the standings, your original dance is a perfect vehicle to do that. It sets you up for the free dance.
Yes, it does. And what they've done with this straight line sequence is they've shown us that both can skate. The twizzle section there. No room for error or uncertainty in this program. Quick feet.
That's very good. Had the crowd into it.
And here's a look at the diagonal sequence. Nice positions, the tango expression. And here the cross rolls, cross, cross. Judges looking for that, very important. Kind of saucy the way they did it.
Marks for Isabelle Delobel.
It has some room for improvement, but boy, look out at Worlds if they do some work on that program. It's fun.
Composition marks are strong. This will elevate this team to first place. The teams that have already skated this original dance. And those are pretty good presentation marks. They like that. 5.3 to 5.6. So Delabelle and Schoenfelder poised for winning a medal here, perhaps, in Saskatoon. Welcome back to Saskatchewan Place in Saskatoon, site of the 2001 MasterCard Skate Canada International. The original dance continuing with the Swiss brother and sister team of Ilian Hugentobler and Daniel Hugentobler. In fourth place after the compulsories, they are the Swiss ice dance champions. They were 15th in the world in Vancouver.
In this straight line sequence, and Daniel seems to be struggling with his footwork.
Elian and Danielle Hugentobler of Switzerland will have their marks. And of course, still to come, Shae, Bourne and Victor Kratz on ice in Saskatoon. Not a strongly skated original dance, and it will be interesting to see how this shakes down in relation to Megan Wing and Aaron Lowe, who began in 6th place. This team was in 4th, the 5th place team to skate next.
I liked the way they skated their first piece. I thought it was the best part of the dance. It was edgy and smooth. But I think the second piece showed that they are not strong individual skaters. I thought Daniel struggled with the more difficult footwork, and I think those marks too high for the performance that they gave in this original dance.
But they currently are 2nd, ahead of Megan Wing and Aaron Lowe, and behind the French team.
Next competitors from Russia, Svetlana Kulikova, Arseny Markov.
And now another team for Megan Wing and Aaron Lowe to watch. This is the team that began the original dance just ahead of them in 5th after the compulsories. The 6th ranked team in Russia, Svetlana Kulikova and Arseny Markov.
Svetlana and Arseny moved last year to Connecticut to train with Shae and Victor and their coach Tatiana Tarasova. Svetlana said it's like one big family. She's homesick, so she really relies on her friendships with Shae and Tarasova. Does all the choreography for Tarasova and her team. That boy, he's putting out some brilliant work with the footwork sequences.
Promising team. Svetlana Kulikova, Arseny Markov, who train with Bourne and Kratz. The two young Muscovites, along with Tatiana Tarasova. One way to get rid of homesickness, Tracy Wilson, is to skate well, and they did.
Here's the straight line sequence. Tough twizzles, Nikolai Morisev's choreography. Fast feet. Right on. Arseny's mom's a big skating fan, and she has made the trip here to Saskatoon to watch them compete.
4.95251.
Let's see what these marks for composition. 4.8 to 5.2. Again, this team began the original dance in 5th place and looks like it will make one move at least up the standings. Indeed, they vault ahead of the Swiss team and are currently 2nd behind Delobel and Schoenfelder. Wing and Lowe right now are 4th with 2 teams to skate.
From Israel, Galitche Sergei Sagnovsky.
Including champions of Israel, ranked 6th in the world. And they were 2nd at Skate Canada last year. Galitche Sergei Sagnovsky. Place after the compulsories, finishing 2nd to Shae, Bourne and Victor Kratz a week ago at Skate America.
They have always skated with a lot of speed, fast feet. I've noticed they're a little smoother this season. But an area they still need to work on if they're to compete with Shae and Victor or to beat them. They've got to work on their basic skating. They do a lot of toe push. Toe pushing is a sign of weak technique.
Galitche Sergei Sagnovsky of Israel. One team to skate this original dance. Galitche Sergei Sagnovsky. Sergei was a former world junior champion representing Russia back in 1993 with a different partner, Shae, Bourne and Victor Kratz on ice, ready to skate. And I don't know if Ilya Averbuch or Sergei Sagnovsky have ever been seen in the same room together. It might be the same person. Yeah, look identical. Maybe it's the ponytail. Ilya Averbuch used to skate with Marina Anasina, as was a world junior dance champion. Of course, now skating with Irina Lobacheva.
Good first set of marks for Galit and Sergei. They've looked very confident. They've skated all out. They had good speed in that program. First place across the board.
Unanimous. And now those marks, the marks to beat for the final team of the day.
Our next competitors from Canada, Shae, Bourne, Victor Kratz.
5-time Skate Canada champions. Last win, 1998. Free dance to come tomorrow on CTV. Right now, it's their original dance in this Olympic season. And music problem.
Start it again, please.
And that can throw you a little bit.
You get yourself focused, you're ready, you're waiting for the music, but these two have experience. They can handle this. They can handle this.
Shae, Bourne, and Victor Kratz. Canada's dynasty in dance. Judges' marks. The goal is to get back to the podium at the Olympics and or the Worlds. They win at Skate America last week. What was this original dance like for you, Tracy Wilson?
Well, I think they are right where they want to be at this point in the season. In a word, this footwork, dynamite. The way it went to the music, the snappy expression.
All right.
This is the diagonal footwork at the end of their program. A little slower, but they did use the cross rolls there, and it's very difficult to get speed on cross rolls. They kept the flavor of the dance. I think this program can still grow through the season. In particular, the last piece, they can loosen up even a little bit more, have a bit more fun with it. But wow, this program right on track, and this can take them where they want to go, no doubt. They just have to keep going after it.
Along with Nikolai Morozov and Tatiana Tarasova, very strong marks for composition. And the second set of marks will put them in first place, heading to the free dance, which is tomorrow, and a taste of Michael Jackson and their new free dance, which we'll see. We'll see them in the Grand Prix final, I am sure, and all season long, leading up to Salt Lake City and beyond. The Canadian Ice Dance champions are the leaders in Saskatoon at the MasterCard Skate Canada International. We'll wrap it up and get ready for tonight after this. So Shae, Bourne, and Victor Kratz look poised to win a 6th Skate Canada title. We'll find out tomorrow on CTV, and the rest of the skaters that you've watched this afternoon getting ready tonight for a big night on CTV. But first, let's hear from the leaders. Here's Dave Randorf.
Shae, Bourne, and Victor Kratz. The original dance looks very sharp, very early in the season. You got to be happy with that.
Extremely happy. This crowd was great, and I think it was a step up from just a week ago at Skate America. It felt even faster, more crisp, more together, and it's great to skate like this. It gives us the confidence leading into the Olympics.
Right, in a very important year. So, Vic, where does this original dance have to go from now? What kind of things are you going to work on from here to Salt Lake?
Basically everything. I mean, every competition we're going to take part in is going to be a stepping stone towards the Olympic Games and then the following World Championship. I think just, we're going to go home. We have one more competition in 10 days in France, the league. And from then we're going to go home and work a little bit more on the OD. And then it's going to get progressively better up to the Olympic Games.
Well, we'll look forward to a little Michael Jackson in the free dance tomorrow. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Tracy, correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the things that have set Shae, Bourne, and Victor Kratz back in previous years, perhaps, has been the original dance. This looks like a very strong vehicle for them.
You're absolutely right on both counts, Rod. At the 1998 Olympics, it was their weak OD that really gave them trouble. It gave them difficulties all year. They have set themselves up with this original dance. It can be competitive with any team in the world. It still needs to be refined a little bit and fine-tuned, but they mentioned that they're ready to get home soon and get back to work on it. Things look good for Shae and Victor right now.
So 2 steps complete here at Saskatoon for them, the compulsory and the original dance. Now they get ready for the free dance tomorrow. We get ready for tonight as well. Here's the...
Welcome back to Lifetime Sports coverage of Skate Canada. Backstage here at the arena in Saskatoon is a little bit brighter than normal. You see, Skate Canada invited all the kids from the neighboring towns to come and attend practice for free. So kids that might normally never see a skating event got to see some of the best skaters in the world. Well, word got out. About 6,000 students from up to 4 to 5 hours away showed up. What did they bring? They brought wishes of good luck, they brought these banners, and they brought a whole lot of enthusiasm. And they are ready to cheer on their fans. Terry?
All right, Kathleen, thank you very much. As we get set for the next pair right now, Danielle and Steve Hartzell, the 97 junior world champions, and won the U.S. senior title in 99. Danielle, 20 years of age. Steve is 23. Brother-sister team from Westland, Michigan.
They're a very strong, powerful team. They're opening with a split triple twist.
Their first throw move, a triple loop. Watch him lift her off the ice on her back outside edge without the benefit of a toe. Oops, but it was only a single. Wow. He just singled that one out. Actually, that was a double, not a triple.
And now these side-by-side triple toe loops. He only did a single.
And she doubled it.
This is not going very well so far.
Adagio lift.
One thing you can't deny is their perseverance with all the injuries the past few years.
It's been rather a nightmare for them.
Still remain optimistic.
Side-by-side triple toes. He doubled his.
often the unison on those side-by-side spins. I think all of these earlier mistakes have really distracted them.
Triple Salchow. That was better. Very solid, secure moves. They have powerful skating, even though sometimes it's a little bit heavy. And unfortunate.
Well, they had unison.
Yeah.
Very off tonight. They're not even skating with the normal speed that they usually have.
This move is an interesting one for them. It's called a heart attack lift, and I think you can see why.
They invented this lift.
It's almost like a two-armed candle lift, so to speak.
Final move, this back inside death spiral.
You know, the program is better than they've done in the past. It's far more musical and more sensitive than I've seen them do. It was just an unfortunate performance. There were so many singlings, doublings, double fall on the side-by-side double axle that it's really just been a sad evening for them.
You can tell, Dick, they're crushed.
Yeah. Now, this throw triple Salchow was really a very basically strong jump. Watch the inside edge, the lift into the air, the turns. She lands right there on a very good, clean back outside edge. And that was a quality move.
For technical merit, the marks for Daniel.
Johnny Johns, one of their coaches behind them. Did you ever have a program, Dick, where you dreaded seeing the marks come up?
Well, Johnny is chewing gum there like he's a football coach. I love him. He has such a steady, support system for them that he's a very good coach.
First set 4.4 to 4.7, and now the second set for presentation 4.4 to 4.9. The range.
Well, that's a disaster.
Well, back to the drawing board for them.
Tough night for the Hartzels.
And backstage at the arena here at Saskatchewan Place, Jamie Salé is taking a few laps, warming up. She will be skating soon with her partner, David Pelletier. And still to come, the ice dance competition from Skate Canada. Welcome back to Lifetime Sports coverage of the ISU Grand Prix of Figure Skating. The last thing that any of these skaters need a few weeks before the Olympics is an injury. Shannon Zhao, the world's bronze medalist from China, was scheduled to compete here, but at an event in late October, she injured her ankle and they had to withdraw. Elena Berezhnaya and Anton Sikleritzy were not scheduled to skate here in Saskatoon, but in a recent practicing a lift, her skate sliced a 3 to 4 inch cut in his arm, went to the hospital, received stitches, and reportedly spent the night. The former world champions have dropped out of the next two events and are planning a return at the Cup of Russia. Shannon Zhao should return next week in Germany. Terry?
All right, Kathleen, thank you. So two of the top pairs teams in the world on the men right now. Meanwhile, taking the ice, Canada's own Annabelle Langlois and Patrice Arquetto, current Canadian bronze medalists.
Now, the music they've chosen is the Umbrellas of Cherbourg. It seems to be the music of choice this year. We've heard many, many times.
And it's very nice to skate to. They have a very ambitious program planned. into this throw triple Salchow. Very nice. And then right into side-by-side double axels. Unison, very good.
Will test their individual skating, jumping ability. And it was beautiful, really nice. You know, this is a solid, straight performance so far. And this couple hasn't even been to the World Championship yet.
Only been together since July of '98. In fact, last season was the first time they competed on the international level together. Annabelle's 20 years old. Patrice is 28. They're both from the province of Quebec.
So far.
Doesn't this audience just love them?
Well, they're interpreting this music so well. The audience can really feel it.
Star lift. Turning over. Up, out, and down.
Now coming up is their second side-by-side triple jump. It's a triple Salchow. More difficult than the triple toe. Watch it take off on the inside edge.
Now he popped it out.
But I think she did it.
But also the problem was going into it, they got out of sync there coming out of that last jump. And you could see him turn and, you know, to catch up with her and to skate in unison. That can be very upsetting when you're doing individual moves.
Press lift, very nice. It's very ambitious of them to do two side-by-side triple jumps in this long program, but good for them for trying.
Spin. Now this isn't up to the rest of their skating. It was rushed. Didn't quite have the delays.
This is a beautiful final move. Watch him drag her and swirl her around into this forward death spiral.
An exciting entrance, an exciting entrance.
Very nice. Good for them.
Well, and their coach, Jose Picard, might have spent more energy than they did throughout their program, up and down the whole time ringside.
I think that helps when the coach does the program with you.
Annabelle Langlois and Patrice Arquetto. Who'd have known it? What a performance. Not many expected that, but boy, they're on their feet here in Saskatchewan.
Well, they're Canadian, my friend. They're Canadian. This country loves its skaters.
It does help to skate at home as well. The crowd certainly helps.
And here's a look at the move that started their program off so well, this throw triple sow cow. She really hung on to that landing and right into side-by-side double axels. Their unison was great. And this next move, this side-by-side triple toe, double toe, very solid. Look at the unison on their landing position right into the double toe loop. Really solid.
Now, as loud as it was for this team, can you imagine when Shae and Peltier take the ice here?
Oh, my gosh.
First set of marks, 5.2 to 5.5, and that's not a stuffed animal there. That dog's moving around.
That is a real dog.
Well, those marks are very solid for them. And, you know, that's not even a pair that has ever been to the World or the European Championship and only once been in the Four Continents program. That's nice. That's a
Pretty
good
impressive.
performance.
Langlois and Arquetto into the lead from Canada.
All right, Terry, there's the other Canadian pair, world champions Shae and Peltier, getting ready to skate backstage. And when it comes to pair skating, Canada has always had great success. First of all, Canadian fans love their skaters.
Shae and Peltier are definitely the best of all time.
No problem. Underhill and Martini.
Canada's success in pairs dates back over 40 years to the 1960 Olympic champions Barbara Wagner and Robert Paul. Then in 1984, Barbara Underhill and Paul Martini's flawless skate on their home ice in Ottawa won them the world title. In 1993, Isabelle Brasseur and Lloyd Eisler reclaimed the world title for Canada. And just this year in Vancouver, Jamie Shae and David Peltier won their very first world championship. We'll be back with more skating after this. Welcome back to Lifetime's coverage of Skate Canada. Next week, the ISU Grand Prix of Figure Skating continues from Germany and Nations Cup. First on ESPN, the short programs, where you will see all 4 disciplines, men's, ladies, pairs, and ice dance. That's Monday evening, November 12th at 9 p.m. Then on Sunday, November 18th at 12 noon, ABC Sports brings you the men's and ladies' long programs from Nations Cup. The final 2 pairs teams are ready to take the ice. For one of the teams, world champions Jamie Shae and David Peltier, their on-ice relationship has blossomed into an off-ice one of understanding and affection. Just one look at Jamie Shae and David Peltier, and it's easy to see a bond. A connection so strong, it seems to transcend their grace on the ice.
When 2 people have the same kind of chemistry, or when they do connect the way that we do, we feel that energy, and I think that's why we became we had a lot of success so fast, because of that chemistry.
When I do skate with Jamie and I give her my hand, I mean, you know, it's this zoom, it's electricity, and there is magic there.
Each movement, each glance emits a feeling so special. There's a spark between them that reaches far beyond their relationship on the ice.
To be honest, there is. And every day when I skate. And that's got nothing to do with the way I feel about Jimmy off the ice, though.
And I think a lot of people have a hard time understanding that a pair team can be madly in love but get on the ice and fight all the time. And that's mostly why we don't really talk about it, because it's personal for us, and it's something...
You know what? There's nothing to talk about. That's the thing. We have boring lives.
Their performance is anything but boring. In their 3 years as a pair, they've shared many trips to the podium, but nothing can compare to the joy they felt when they captured gold at the 2001 World Championships. After that stunning victory, in a move many in the skating world questioned, Jamie and David left Montreal and coach Richard Gauthier and moved to Jamie's hometown of Edmonton to train with her former coach, Jan Olmark. Though life has changed for the pair, both on and off the ice, they've managed to remain grounded.
We talk about this a lot. Everyone asks us on a daily basis, what is it like to be world champions? And we're just Jamie and Dave still, and we do the same thing we've done every other 3 years, and I don't feel different. I mean, it's not like somebody said, okay, you're world champion, now here's your castle, and here's all your servants, and here's the, like, we still have to work, and we still have to rest, and we have to eat, and we do what everybody does every day.
Whatever that may be, it seems this duo was destined to be together from the start.
Even before we were a couple off ice, we had this thing. And from the first day we skated together, because of our personalities, it just connected. So I see that as being the same kind of relationship you have with a best friend, where you just feel comfortable with the person.
With the 2002 Olympics fast approaching, these gold medal favorites need look no farther than to each other for all the support they need.
There's nothing I can say that will make him feel less nervous and vice versa. So we basically just have to be in our own little world and trust each other and know that we have confidence and that we're ready and we're prepared for this. And just have fun and enjoy, and let's go.
Backstage, Shae and Peltier warming up, getting ready to skate. No need for words between the two of them, just a smile from Jamie lets David know that she's ready to go. Terry?
Kathleen, thank you. Shae Peltier will be last to skate. Bring your earplugs for that. But on the ice right now, the team that was right behind them in the standings after the short program. Tatiana Totmianina and Maxime Marinin from Russia.
And they're skating to the music of West Side Story. I think they carry the theme of this number all the way through the program. And they're opening with a very difficult side-by-side jump, side-by-side triple salchows. Really nice. She put her foot down on that landing.
The Russians usually have done a great split triple twist. Going way back to the days of Gordiev and Grinkov. Throw triple loop. Lift. Good tight feet. Good spin.
I like how she holds the landing. It shows such confidence.
This team finished 5th at the World Championships last year. The European silver medalist, which is all the more impressive when you consider they spent much of last year without a coach. Searching for a new coach, finally wound up with Oleg Vasilyev. The 84 Olympic pairs champion, they're in Chicago now.
Very nice side-by-side triple toe, double toe. Their second side-by-side triple combination. Very well done. That will add to their technical score. They're very strong single skaters. This move is wonderful. Look, he's doing forward crossovers as he's holding her in this position. Very confident, smooth transitions. Watch the exit of that left one arm. strength and control.
Throw, triple Salchow, back inside edge. Nice steady landing. Her back is exquisite on that. Straight up, no drop, no dip. Very beautiful. This going down in, though, she has a little bit of a sitting position there that isn't as good until it gets to the end of the death spiral.
Beautiful unison.
Hip lift.
I think this footwork phase right here really interprets the music so well.
I guess I'm in the minority. I think it's good, but it isn't very much of a West Side influence.
And I think they're going on the movie of West Side Story, maybe not the Broadway show.
I got it.
And you live on the east side anyway, Dave.
Yeah, right. On the West Coast. We got the movie. They are wonderful.
That certainly was a fine performance all the way around. Very solid, very good technique, nice style and position.
Tatiana Totmianina, Maxime Marinin, right before the final team to take the ice here, the Canadians, the reigning world champs, Shae and Pelletier. The Russians on the move the last few years, and even through all the changes, the coaching change, relocating to Chicago, they skated awfully well, and that's continued here at Skate Canada.
And here is the look at the throw. Triple loop, that back outside edge takeoff. She was very straight, very tight in the air, and that solid position on the landing. Nice, smooth, flowing edge.
And there's Jamie Shae, along with her partner David Pelletier on the ice, the final team to skate, skating for the gold medal in their home country. We'll see what the judges think now. That first set for technical merit, the elements within that program. 5.5 to 5.8 is the range.
And those are very, very good technical marks for this pair. Really, they should be exceedingly proud of that.
Well, they did some very difficult moves in this program. They're such good, solid single skaters.
Presentation marks now as Shae and Pelletier are on the ice. Probably not even hearing these marks, so focused, but 5.6 to 5.8. The Russians into the lead for the moment.
Our final competitors in this event represent Canada, Jamie Shae and David Pelletier.
Current world champions, current Canadian champions, current Grand Prix final champions. Won just about everything last year, and they hope they're on the same path this season, and they hope it might end up with an Olympic gold medal in Salt Lake City. Jamie Shae, David Pelletier.
Again, the music. Rachmaninoff's Piano Concerto No. 2.
This number choreographed by Laurie Nickel. Opening with this throw, triple loop. Back outside edge takeoff, very steady.
Did you notice how high she stood on that edge? There was no change of edge, no development, just a beautiful position as she landed it.
Now these side-by-side triple toes. She had trouble at Skate America, but not here. Very solid, very calm, very confident opening. Jamie has that, you know, going back to her coach of her early career, said that it has given her more confidence in her jumps and her throws. It's very evident.
Jan Olmark, that coach, and of course they've moved back near her hometown. They're in Edmonton.
Side-by-side double axels. Very nice. Proves that it was the right move. Transition of those moves. Very nice.
Flying death drop, side-by-side sit spins.
And stops and goes the other direction.
You don't see that variation very often.
Very inventive.
The way she looks up at him. That was a double, not a triple Salchow. No marks off, just not as many marks given.
But they relate to each other so well on the ice.
Unison of those positions. That's what pair skating is all about, that two shall skate as one.
Their final move is death spiral. Looks like they put a spell on this audience. Wonderful. Well, they really lived up to their reputation. Beautiful performance.
When you stop to think that in the past years, they have had such trouble with their jumps, their side-by-side moves, things that have missed. They've skated well, but then blown it on some technical move that didn't work. It's really a pleasure to see that now the solidity, the consistency, just the marvelous control that they have over it. Really wonderful.
They met expectations, a world of pressure skating here at home, and so much confidence now. It's like they're out there performing, not even really trying to do certain elements. They're just out there having a great time.
This split triple twist shows how nicely they work together. He lifts her. She does a beautiful clean one, and the landing, just really a whole position for the smile on her face looking at him, and that's what's important. And this pair spin, marvelous combination, the way he takes her down into the sit spin, stops her, and turns back in the other direction. There wasn't a single bad position there, and this final posing close, very romantic, very sexy, and exciting.
What do you think? Some pretty high marks coming their way now? I'd say so.
That would be pretty fair to say.
Oh, there they are.
Oh my gosh.
What's up with that 5.7?
Well, you know, listen, don't criticize. It's right up at the peak. They're first. It's just wonderful. Every judge has something that they have.
I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying being here in Canada, that takes a lot of guts to get a 5.7. And the presentation marks 5.8s, 5.9s. Was there any doubt? Jamie Salé, David Peltier, first place ordinals from all of the judges here at Skate Canada.
Wonderfully enthusiastic.
And well-deserved.
The Canadians on a roll. They won the first Grand Prix event. Now the second Grand Prix. They won't leave North America until after the Olympic Games. The Russians, Topmianina Marinin, come in second. And the other Canadian team captures the bronze medal here. For the Americans, Kilsavage and Parcham, they come in fifth. And a disappointing showing for Danielle and Steve Hartzell. They end up finishing eighth. Let's go back and rejoin Kathleen right now.
Thank you, Terry. You two seem to be skating with such confidence. Jamie, what aspects of your skating have fallen into place that have given you such ease?
I really believe that it's our move. We're really, really happy with my coach, Jan, and he's brought something out of me that feels really good, and I don't even know how to explain it. We're just working really hard, and we're confident, and that's basically the key.
We've got a couple weeks off where you compete in the Grand Prix finals. Then there's that thing called the Olympic Games that's coming up out there. David, what's the plan for the next several weeks?
Well, I think you said it, Kathleen. I think the plan is to go to the Grand Prix final, and then we'll focus on nationals and basically take one thing at a time. You can't, right now at this point in the season, start thinking about the Olympics. You'll spend a few sleepless nights if you do, so I'll keep that for January.
There's a lot to sleep in store. Yeah. Congratulations on a beautiful skate this evening.
Thank you very much.
When we return, the ice dancers will take the ice as Lifetime Sports coverage of Skate Canada continues. Shae Bourne waits with her partner backstage. Here in Canada, their original dance was performed in front of a packed audience. Canadian fans who had not seen them perform in over a year. Let's go back and take a look. Here's Terry Gannon and Susie Wynn.
Watching them is the confidence in their faces, their eyes, their upper bodies. They're right on top of this choreography. This is quite a transition. This goes into a tango. It's called cell block tango.
Squish. Cicero. Liptions. Pop. Six. Squish. Cicero. Liptions. Pop. Six. Squish. Cicero.
sense of humor, sort of a offbeat interpretation of tango. Before, this tango is a little tongue-in-cheek, and the audience loves it. I think what they can do a little bit better is really find the sense of humor and go all the way with it. Right now, it's a little bit held back, and it would be fun to see where it could really go.
Don't tell that to this crowd here, though. They don't care. They're on their feet. Shae Bourne, Victor Kratz from Canada.
That was a wonderful performance for them, and tonight they have a chance of winning this event, an event they were not even invited to last year. And so, heading into tonight's free dance, Bourne and Kratz find themselves in first place, followed by the up-and-coming pair from Israel, Shae and Sagnowski. Now let's go back to Terry Gannon and two-time U.S. ice dance champion Susie Wynn.
All right, Kathleen, thank you very much. There's no question that many of the people here in the arena have come to see one team in particular. Shae Bourne, Victor Kratz, the four-time world bronze medalist from Canada. They thought they should have medaled at the last Olympics. They did not. And since then, they've had all kinds of trouble, Susie. Injuries, a coaching change. But they do seem early in this season to have finally gotten it together.
Well, it's a big change from last season, Terry. Last season, the Canadian Figure Skating Association wouldn't even invite them to skate Canada. How things have changed. They are back, Bourne and Kratz, but they're back with a vengeance. They're quite a force in ice dancing. They're here to win, and they're here to win big, and to create a stir and a buzz about their programs as they glide and slide into this Olympic season.
Bourne and Kratz will be out there a little bit later on. Up first from France, here are Isabelle Delabelle and Olivier Schoenfelder in third place after the original dance.
Their music, songs from the victorious city. Wonderful opening lift, a change of edge, a change of position, 5 to 7 required lifts, and their lifts are among the best.
And Susie, this free dance is 4 minutes long and worth 50% of the overall score. Both Isabelle and Olivier are from France, but they are now training in Newington, Connecticut. Tatiana Tarasova is now their coach.
These are twizzle turns, also a requirement in the free dance. Very difficult footwork in the circular footwork. Now check out Olivier, how he's doing these hitch kicks. Those are very hard to do because you can lose speed, but they simply don't lose speed.
Ice dance has the best terms. You got hitch kicks, you have twizzles, you go a Killian position.
Well, you can't rely on jumps and spins, so the terminology is always original. Everybody has their own names for their own lifts, and it's fun.
There should be a wind spin.
There may be at some point.
that's come in second at the French National Championships the last couple of years. Might be tough to get that #1 spot. Anasina and Pezera, the former world champions, are the gold medalists in France.
I think if this team sticks it out until the next Olympics, that's when we're really going to see their development. Anasina and Pezera are certainly a tough act to follow, but they are very capable. Amazing. He's in a spread eagle position and trying to hold her. The balance that takes and the control. An excellent first outing for this Grand Prix series. Really, this team has so much potential. They're great skaters. The emotion needs to be pumped up, but it's all just resting there.
They were 13th at the World Championships last year. They'll try to improve on that this season. Isabelle Delabelle and Olivier Schoenfelder.
They approach all of their required elements with great confidence. Look at that balance move. That takes so much time to work that off the ice, to make it work on the ice.
How much time do you spend off the ice doing that before you do it on the ice?
Well, during the summer, that's when you take advantage of that time. 3 or 4 weeks to really work things so you get comfortable, so you don't get hurt when you bring it into your programs.
First set for technical merit, 5.1 to 5.5. Their coach, Tatiana Tarasova, right behind. Presentation marks 5.4 up to 5.6. Coming back with the team in second place after the original dance. Shae and Sugnovsky of Israel are next.
One of the great things about coming to Canada is you've got all these great ice sports here. You've got ice fishing, you've got hockey, you've got skating, of course, and you have curling. Now, if you're a curler and you're in Saskatoon, Canada, the place you want to go is Dave Folk's Curling Corner. First, I need a broom. Then, I need some shoes. And finally, a rock. Well, actually, I think I'll just take this shirt and leave the curling to the Canadians. Commonly called chess on ice, curling debuted as an Olympic sport in 1998 and will return next year in Salt Lake City.
Our next competitors from this...
And we welcome you back to Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. Skate Canada continues the free dance. The team on the ice right now, they're in second place after the original dance. Galit Shae and Sergei Suknovsky. They have really made a run the last couple of years up the ladder in ice dance. 5-time national champions of Israel.
The music, familiar to skating, Havana Gila.
Shae, born in Israel, came to America when she was only 9 months old. Lived in New York. First time she skated was at Rockefeller Center. Not a bad debut. And Sergei Suknovsky from Russia went to Israel for a while to search for a partner, ended up in the United States, and they got together.
They're a very hard-working team. Whenever I watch them in practice, they work very well together. They use all of that ice time during the practice sessions. They don't waste any time.
Their lifts are seamless. From the time he picks her up to set down, very gentle set down, good teamwork. Specified lifts in the free dance. One's a rotational lift, and that is the change of edge lift, changes curves.
This is a rematch of sorts early in this season. Shae and Suguri came in second in the first Grand Prix event, Skate America. That was in Colorado Springs, and they were right behind Bourne and Kratz, and now they're trying to beat the Canadians on home ice here.
And the two couples couldn't be any different stylistically. This team has a flair for the dramatic. They're intense, fiery. Bourne and Kratz, a little more modern, trying some new things. Highlights again are very interesting and intricate. I would like to see some of the connective skating be edgier and investigate more of the ice, use more of the ice surface to create a bigger picture. Disappoint you in their performance. They're very reliable, they work well together, and they've got some electricity.
A lot of drama in their performance, and dramatic rise up the standings as Bourne and Kratz, they're going to skate next. They're watching backstage, or at least watching a monitor backstage, preparing to go on the ice. But Shae and Suguri, a dramatic rise up the standings. They went from 13th to 5th in 99 to 2000 at the World Championships. Amazing.
They are such a strong and well-matched team. I think they can get better speed off of their pushes. They tend to push off of their toes instead of the full blade. But the unison is there, and the energy is there for sure.
And now we'll see what the judges think of the performance for Galit and Sergei. Technical merit marks in the mid-5s.
5.6,
5.5 to 5.7.
5.5. Marks for presentation.
Used to be coached by Tatiana Tarasova, who we just saw a moment ago, but now by Natalia Dubova. Presentation 5.6 to 5.8. Up next, the hometown kids, Bourne and Kratz of Canada.
After missing the World Championships in 2000 due to injury, Bourne and Kratz returned to Worlds this year, where they received a disappointing 4th place from the judges and skepticism from the skating community.
It's all part of it. You know, you have good days, you have bad days. Sometimes there's more bad days than good days. But I think the last 2 seasons, since we started with Tatiana Nikolai as our new coaches, I think we've just been building.
Working with their new coach, Tatiana Tarasova, Bourne and Kratz have a new focus, a new look, and a mission, Salt Lake City.
For us, Olympics is the biggest. I mean, Worlds is exciting, but still, I think for everyone, to go to the Olympics is a big dream. This will be our 3rd Olympics, but this one, I think, will be our best Olympics. We're going into it with a different confidence, and I just have a great feeling.
At Skate America, the new Bourne and Kratz showcased a fresh program to the delight of the crowd and the judges.
Like with Skate America last week, we showed our programs for the first time, and people seemed to really like it and enjoy it, and the marks were wonderful. So for us, that brings your confidence level up to the next level, and that makes Skate Canada even better, which means we'll skate even stronger.
They will be on the ice when we return to Skate Canada, right here on Lifetime Sports. Lifetime's coverage of the ISU Grand Prix of Figure Skating continues next week from Germany and Nations Cup. You will see world champions in dance, Fusarpoli and Margalio, and American pairs team Ina and Zimmerman. Then we're off to Paris for Trophy Lalique and former dance champions Marina Anasina and Gwendol Pezarat. Then it's the Cup of Russia, where injured pairs champions Berezhnaya and Zikluritsi are scheduled to make their first appearance this season. And finally, we travel to the Far East and Kumamoto, Japan for the NHK Trophy. It's all coming your way this season, the ISU Grand Prix of Figure Skating right here on Lifetime Sports.
All right, Kathleen, thank you very much. Listen to the crowd here. Time for the Canadians to take the ice. Shae Bourne and Victor Kratz, 4 times the world bronze medalists, and in first place after the original dance.
Opening up with Billie Jean, Michael Jackson.
Didn't take long for the crowd to get into it. Susie, at Skate America, their first event, which they won, there was a feeling that they were great in the practices, but in the actual competition with the free dance, they didn't quite get there.
They didn't. It seemed as though they were nervous. They held back. They didn't exaggerate the hip-hop motions of this free dance. But I think getting that one under their belt, being here in front of the Canadian audience, we'll really see how it holds up. They look so much more comfortable than last week at Skate America. And it's so important that this program works for the judges, works for them. I think they're still feeling that out.
1 win already under their belt in the Grand Prix. With a win here, they could guarantee themselves a spot at the Grand Prix final, which they barely missed qualifying for last year. Of course, they're trying to do more than that, as you said. They're trying to plant something in the minds of the judges that they are back. They are, with this free dance, able to challenge for a medal at the Olympics this year.
It's hard when you're trying something new because deep down inside you're worried, okay, are the judges going to believe this? Are they going to understand it? But at this level and how great they are as skaters, they need to just ride it all the way. Such a soft quality, a melting quality, the straight line footwork.
move. Well, Terry, great energy. The audience loves it. It's got to give them confidence. I think, Terry, that that last section falls off a little bit. At the beginning, absolutely, they started to hit the mark, but it starts to drop off. They might look at that last section, get it moving a little faster, and get off the toes.
Better than their first attempt, though?
Absolutely.
An improvement in just 1 week. And, of course, a standing ovation here in Canada. You knew that was coming for the 8-time Canadian champion. Shae, Lynn, Bourne, and Victor Kratz, trying to win gold here, will have their marks when we return.
It seems like only yesterday. When I started skating at 8 years old, I never thought I'd experience the thrill of winning a medal. With all the great memories has come another thing I thought I'd never experience, the pain of osteoarthritis.
Vioxx is here, a prescription medicine for osteoarthritis pain. With one little pill a day, Vioxx can provide powerful 24-hour relief. Vioxx specifically targets only the COX-2 enzyme, a key source of arthritis pain. People with allergic reactions such as asthma to aspirin or other arthritis medicines should not take Vioxx. In rare cases, serious stomach problems such as bleeding can occur without warning. Tell your doctor if you have liver or kidney problems. For more information, talk to your doctor about once daily Vioxx for the relief of osteoarthritis pain.
Perhaps my biggest victory is to be able to plan my day around my life instead of my pain.
Ask your doctor if Vioxx is right for you. Vioxx for everyday victories.
Welcome back, everyone, to Skate Canada.
These two are great skaters. Their difficulty is superb. And trying to work in hip-hop flavor within the footwork, it's tough to do. There's room for improvement, but this was their straight line footwork. A beautiful quality, softness in the knees. Quite a transition and quite a contrast from the rest of the program. And this is their signature move, hydroblading, but she adds a turn in between. That is so hard. Your legs are dying at the end of your program, but wonderful stuff.
For technical merit.
Need a forklift to get that stuff out. First set now, 5.5 to 5.8. They can't like to see that 5.5 up there.
No, and that's what they're worried about. Are there judges that will misunderstand this, not get it? Yes.
Presentation marks, though. 5.8, 5.9 range. Those are great.
They are, and well-deserved.
Bourne and Kratz into the lead here in the free dance over the team from Israel. So they have their second straight gold medal in the Grand Prix.
From music from the movie Grease. From Russia, Svetlana Kulikova, Arseny Markov.
One team left to go, though, here in the free dance. John Travolta and Olivia Newton-John taking the... No, not really, but they will be playing them. Svetlana Kulikova and Arseny Markov from Russia. And, of course... Well, not of course, but you might be able to tell from the costumes. They're skating to Greece. Trying to make the podium here as well. They have a chance. In fourth place after the original dance.
Lynn. What's fun about watching them in the practices, they've enjoyed every practice here, and the audience has enjoyed them. It really pushes them. The energy in which they approach everything has been great.
Svetlana is 20 years old. Arseny is 19. They're both from Moscow, and that's where they live and train now. Unlike many teams who have come over to the States to train here.
So I told her we'd still be friends.
Did you ever skate to Greece?
No, but I was Frenchie in my high school play.
Not Rizzo, huh?
No, that wouldn't have worked. Performance, as is the audience. A little slim on some of the difficulty, and it's hard. I wouldn't want to be a judge trying to compare a storyline such as Greece to an instrumental that Delabelle and Schoenfelder skated to. It's a hard comparison. It is truly apples and oranges. And when you're skating to a character piece where you are a character, it's a little bit easier to fall into that and sort of rely on the music instead of your own skating. Sort of be mesmerized by the music instead of the skating. But entertaining, yes. That went fast. I enjoyed it.
Chance to make the podium, which is, even if they don't do it, they've taken a large step this year here at Skate Canada. They were in this event last season. They came in 9th. So now, trying to beat out Delabelle and Schoenfelder for that last spot on the podium at Skate Canada. The crowd loved it.
Well, and they stand out. Last year, they sort of fell to the wayside. They didn't really have a point to their program. This is a great vehicle for them.
Svetlana Kulikova and Arseny Markov from Russia.
Their diagonal footwork, nice. Not as difficult as the other teams because they do a lot of hand-to-hand holds. These are considered more simple. And it's a little frenetic, but it was still fun.
And Arseny Markov for technical merit. 4-8.
Tatiana Tarasova should just sit in the kiss and cry area the whole time and watch the event.
Stay there.
He's there all the time. First set of marks now. That's a wide range, 4.8 to 5.4.
Well, they're quite the performers, and that performance sort of covers up some of the lack of difficulty in the technical marks.
Second set now for presentation, 5.3 to 5.5, and that's not enough. They do not make the podium. We check the final standings here at Skate Canada. Delabelle and Schoenfelder able to capture the bronze. Chait Suknovsky from Israel, the silver medal. And for the second straight event in the Grand Prix, Shae, Lynn, Bourne, Victor Kratz, they win the gold medal. Last year, their federation didn't even send them to this event. Now they win the gold medal.
Dick Button, Peggy Fleming, Susie Wynn, and Terry Gannon, I'm Kathleen Murphy saying goodbye from Canada.
The expectation I have is to not expect anything. That is really hard to do. But when you first come in and you first start it, I talked with Debbie about it. 1990, I walked in, no expectations. I walked in and skated well and had done that for many years. Then the load of expectation becomes heavy. And they're all everyone else's expectations. You want to live up to them because you think you can, but they're really not yours. Because you get cluttered and they get heavy and you have to take all that away and just go to the essence of who you are. That takes a lot.
We know how big his heart is. He also has 2 Olympic silver medals. He will skate at Salt Lake City if he goes to the Winter Games. Joining me now is Tracy Wilson for the men's short program. If this is it for Elvis Stojko, can he make a statement in this final season?
Well, we're about to find that out as his season really gets underway here, but he talked about the expectations. There is enormous pressure on Elvis Stojko. He missed most of last season due to injuries, was 10th at the World Championships, battling the effects of age. We have not seen a clean quad in competition from Elvis in almost 2 years. So it's an uphill battle. He's trying to get back to where he was 2 years ago. And you have to ask, why does he continue to skate and what is motivating him? Well, he said he's just not done everything he wants to do yet with his skating. Particularly, he wants to have his ultimate performance under the ultimate pressure of the Olympic Games. To help himself out, he's gone back to programs from past Olympic seasons. His favorite long from the 94 Olympics, his favorite short program from the 1998. This is a personal challenge for Elvis, and he has chosen the music and the programs that are most meaningful to him.
Well, maybe that's a weapon as well, because his biggest weapons are his jumps. And as we saw in Vancouver, and of course he wasn't healthy last season, he didn't have his jumps. Alexei Yagudin will skate first. Elvis second. Anthony Liu from Australia. Johnny Weir in the field. Ben Ferreira. Todd Eldridge, also one of those wily veterans. And Emanuel Sandhu will skate last. There is Alexei Yagudin trying to get back on top of the world too. Speaking of courageous, how courageous was this guy in Vancouver, going for his 4th World Championship in a row? Had a bad foot, still gutted it out, won a silver medal, and the world champion was Evgeny Plushenko. And now Yagudin wants a gold medal in Salt Lake City and another world title. Here he is, the 21-year-old from Russia, first out of the blocks tonight.
Alexei will skate to Winter by Bond, and you can see his costume. It's a tree in winter, and a lot of his movements are like playing in the snow. Alexei will open with his combination planned tonight, quad toe, triple toe. Yes. His next most difficult jump, a triple axel.
says he loves to skate in Canada because of the crowds. And they love Alexei Yagudin. He is a brilliant skater. Last time he skated in Canada, he was hurt. Finished second at the Worlds. He's going to be tough to beat here in Saskatoon at the Master. Alexei Yagudin, we saw him at such a tender age when he first burst onto the scene. He was a jumping bean at that time. He has become a complete skater.
Yes, he has, but this summer he approached his training differently. He shed 18 pounds, attacked his training. He also lost a lot of strength when he lost the weight. Went to the Goodwill Games, had a disastrous performance in the short program. His head hit the boards on the combination, on the second jump in the combination. He went back, he decided to lighten up and loosen up, had a great skate at the Masters, and here a fine short program. Take a look at his quad. A little shaky on the landing, but that's the strength he has in his leg that he was able to get up into the second jump, the triple toe. Building now into his triple axel, a very powerful jumper. He gets down low, up into the air. Solid landing there, right over his landing foot. For me, what sets him apart from the other skaters, though, is his footwork, the way he uses the rhythm in the music, a great combination of edges, deep curves on the ice, fast footwork, twizzles, and he gets the whole body into his footwork. And yes, this audience loves him.
Elements, the marks for Alexei Yagudin.
Again, the judges, because Alexei is the first skater, will leave some room.
5'8", 5'8", 5'8".
Fine young man, too.
The
5'8" across the board for elements, presentation marks, not a whole lot of room. 5.9s across the board. That's pretty consistent, wouldn't you think? Alexei Yagudin.
Thank you. Representing Canada, our next competitor, Elvis Stoico.
We have been living in the Elvis Stoico era over the last 10 years, and the era for amateur skating will come to an end at the end of this season. He wants to finish it off with some glory in his own way, on his own terms. Here is Elvis Stoico.
His program is called Kodo. His short program from the 1998 Olympic Games. Reworked music and choreography this year. His quad is planned here. Triple axel. Footwork now into his triple lutz.
First steps on the road to the Olympic Games and his last season. Elvis Stoico. His short program in Saskatoon, his marks after this.
That's good though. Hey Mom, hey Dad, love you.
Elvis Stoico just said he was starting to feel like his old self, comfortable again on the ice. I don't think this is the Stoico we saw when he won a world championship, but he has flashes of the old Elvis Stoico.
Well, this is what he needs for the Olympic Games to make it that ultimate experience. It's the quad. He did not get all the way around in the air. He had to finish the rotation on the ice and so stepped out of it. But this was beautiful. One of the best triple axles I've seen Elvis do in a long time.
And as much as the quad is important, that is a must. You must make the triple axles, a jump that defied Elvis at the World Championships. And here is that footwork, and he looked very quick.
And this is why he likes this music. The attack he had in the footwork and throughout the program, and hey, the quad was that close. He also said, you know, as you mentioned, Rod, that he's starting to feel like his old self again. Last year he only competed once. It's one thing to feel good in practice, a different story to be in competition shape. Still on his way back.
He has been one of the most loved skaters in Canadian skating history. There's a 4.9 from the German judge and the French judge, up to 5.5 from the American judge. These marks will all put him into second place behind Alexei Yagudin, and Elvis is also waiting for the presentation marks. I guess the biggest question is all season long, will this be the Elvis of old or an old Elvis all season? He's a few months away from his 30th birthday. If he had to draw inspiration, Todd Eldridge is already 30 and still skating as well as he ever has.
Yes, and Todd had a different strategy leading up to the Olympics. He took 2 years off of major competition so he could rebuild. But Elvis just needs that time to be injury-free and to get the solid mileage on his program.
In second place right now behind Alexei Yagudin.
Representing Australia, our next competitor, Anthony Liu.
He was born in China, but has represented Australia for many, many years as a skater. Was 14th at the World Championships in Vancouver. Was as high as 10th in 1999. He is Australia's men's champion, Anthony Liu.
Anthony got off to a great start this season at the Goodwill Games. Skating at home in Brisbane, he finished 4th, just behind Yagudin and ahead of Elvis. Here comes his quad, and it can fly.
He landed it in warm-up, but not that time.
Good height, forward on the landing. Solid triple lutz. Is his best jump, his axle, his weakest. Did a double there. Could have done a triple for higher marks.
Coming off his 4th place finish at the Goodwill Games, Anthony Liu skating in Saskatoon at the 2001 MasterCard Skate Canada International. Australia's Anthony Liu, Tracy, landed a beautiful quad in warm-up. Just almost absolute perfection. This one wasn't so.
And this is the strength of his program. Usually the quad, you could see the distance he covered, but he was forward on the landing, had to put his hands down. A 0.3 deduction. He only did a double axle instead of a triple axle. Now there's no deduction, but you don't get the higher base marks. And now you can see those marks, the required element marks are very low because of that.
4.4, as a matter of fact, the low mark from the Russian judge. Presentation marks. Has become a better skater with every year. He's now 27 years old, so again, one of the elder skatesmen.
Our next competitor represents the United States, Johnny Weir.
And here's one of the young guns, the World Junior Men's Skating Champion. 17-year-old Johnny Weir from the United States.
This is his first senior Grand Prix event. He does not have a quad. Working on it in practice, not ready for the competition. His combination of triple Lutz, triple toe, double toe for his second jump. Most difficult jump, triple axel, didn't get the rotation. Johnny did not start taking skating lessons until he was 12 years old. He went to the Learn to Skate. Within 4 years, he was junior world champion.
That's unbelievable.
See if he can pull it back together here. Fall on a triple flip. He is a good spinner. He has nice, long, clean line, tremendous potential, and usually a much better jumper than you're seeing here in this short program.
Nice spin to finish. This can be a very cruel sport sometimes, but Johnny Weir can take solace in the fact that this is his first step. We're going to be talking about him for quite some time, the same way we talked about Todd Eldridge when he was a kid in these ranks, and Timothy Gable and the likes. Johnny Weir of the United States. And here's Dave Randor.
Elvis Stoico, the last time Canada saw you skate, you weren't 100%, and now you say you are. How did that feel out there tonight?
Felt really, really good. I've been trying to get my feet back underneath me under competition, and only competing once last year was quite difficult, and being able to go to Goodwill Games and kind of just get out there and get the feel. Today was a little bit better, just flipped out of the quad, but the rest felt great, and just onward and upward to the long program.
You told me the Goodwill Games was kind of like a preseason game for you. Now that it's begun, and you've said this is your last season competing, how does that feel now?
It feels good. It does feel good. I'm looking forward to the last few competitions leading up to Olympics, and going to that direction. And I've always been a builder during the season, building up and up. And last year I didn't get a chance to do any of that building. It was just right at World. So this year is a building stage right from Goodwill Games to Skate Canada and onward.
Good luck on Saturday night in the free skate.
Thank you very much.
And here is young Johnny Weir. Had some troubles out there.
And you can see he wants that program back. He wants another chance at it. Here's his triple axel. Just doesn't get the rotation. You could see on the landing, he landed forward, and there was no way he could complete that jump or land it. He had a series of injuries this summer in training because his training site was so busy. So he's been joining Elvis Stoiko in Aston, Pennsylvania, and doing some training with Elvis. Hopefully some of the mental attitude will rub off on Johnny. But again, first senior Grand Prix International.
He's in good company there, and you got to get back up. That's the thing. So 3.9 up to 5.1 for presentation. He was 6th at the U.S. Nationals. He'll be at the U.S. Nationals again this year. You're going to hear more about him, though. He's got some talent. Still ahead, Canada's Ben Ferreira, one of 3 Canadian men competing here in Saskatoon. Stay with us on TV. And Alexei Yagudin is the current leader in the men's short program. Elvis Stoiko is 2nd, and we have the final flight to come. 6 skaters, including 2 Canadians, Ben Ferreira and Emanuel Sandhu, and also the great American Todd Eldridge. Won his world championship in Edmonton in 1996, and 30 years old, one of the oldest skaters in the world right now, but still skating strong. We'll see Todd in a bit. But first in our final flight tonight, Stanik Jeanette, who finished 11th at the Worlds in Vancouver. That was a drop of 4 places from his 7th place finish in Nice, France a year earlier. Here is the French champion.
He has an unconventional style that's evident right off the top and in his footwork and his spin. He's an inconsistent jumper. When he's on, he's great. Never landed a quad in competition. An unusual entry into this one. Different positioning on the ice. Oh!
Whoops.
Good height on the triple axel, nowhere near position on the landing.
Is known for his unique spins. That's a good word to use for a lot of the skaters from France in all disciplines. Is unique. They are very unconventional. At least our convention here in North America.
But when he's struggling on the jumps, as he struggled with every one in this short program, everything feels flat. This just does not have the energy he normally has. But that's the risk when you try a quad in your short program. You're risking it all.
Another one of those wild spins. Stanik Jeanette is a talented skater. Did not have the jumps here tonight. And it hurt the whole program. And up next, Canada's Ben Ferreira getting best wishes from Elvis Stoico. You're watching the MasterCard Skate Canada International from Saskatoon. That was a little painful to watch, even for him. A couple of bad falls, and he's a better skater than that. We have seen better from Stanik Jeanette, sort of one of those flamboyant skaters like Philippe Candeloro and Laurent Tobel from France.
Well, you could see his pick slipped right on the entry to that jump. Timing was off. He has it positioned that way on the ice to give him less time to think and worry about the jump. It did not work today. Here's his triple axel. You could see really good height on that, but wasn't over his landing foot, and so the skate slipped out. He struggled with his boots all summer. He's tried 3 different pairs trying to get the right feeling. Very frustrating for a skater when your equipment isn't up to par, so looking like he's still struggling here.
Alexei Yagudin is our leader. Elvis Stoico is second. Ben Ferreira will skate next. Here are the marks, very, very low. Obvious deductions.
1.1 deductions on the jumps alone, and the rest of the program didn't have the speed or the energy because of the mistakes on the jump.
And when you do all of that wild stuff, if you have the jumps, it works. But if you're doing it and you don't, you get marks like this. Presentation marks are better. Stanik Jeanette has a long way to go in the free skate.
Our next competitor represents Canada, Ben Ferreira.
Another one of the skaters from the Royal Glenora Club. Coach Jan Ullmark inside the boards, of course, coaching Jamie Salé and David Pelletier now. And here is Ben Ferreira and his short program in Saskatoon tonight.
His music by Big Bad Voodoo Daddy. And while Ben has been landing quads in practice, he will not try one in the short program, saving that attempt for the long. Here comes his combination. He's planning a triple axel, triple toe loop. He needs this, his triple Lutz. And again, touchdown on that. Little jittery. Program that Ben Ferreira wanted to have today. 0.5 deductions on the jumps, perhaps trying just a little bit too hard in front of this home country audience.
Yeah, well, the season has only just begun, but he knows he'll have to be better as this season progresses. Canada will send 2 men to the Winter Olympic Games. Ben Ferreira, his dream is to go to the Olympics. And as this season moves along, he's going to have to land this combination.
Got up in the air well. He landed on the heel. Had to turn in between the 2 jumps. That was supposed to be a triple toe, 0.3 deduction. He did a double toe instead of a triple. He skated this performance clean at Skate America, finished 8th there. Here's his triple Lutz, and you see, just not over his skate. He looked like he forced this program a little bit. He didn't let the blades glide. I thought he forced the footwork even a little bit.
Missed the Worlds in Vancouver last season. The season before went to the Worlds, finished 19th. A year ago at Skate Canada, he finished 4th.
I thought he's been skating with more speed, more power in the practices.
For Ben Ferreira. 4-2, 4-4, 4-4.
And these marks with the deductions, 4-2 from the Russian judge, a high of 4-6 from the Swiss and German judges. Presentation marks are a little higher, and Ben Ferreira currently is in 4th place with 4 skaters to come. Alexei Yagudin leads. Elvis Stoico is 2nd.
Representing Russia, our next competitor, Roman Serov.
Here is a skater we don't know a whole lot about. Roman Serov from Russia. One of the benefits of the Grand Prix circuit, you get to see some of the skaters you haven't seen before, and we're going to get our first look tonight at Roman Serov.
Ranked 6th in Russia, and he trains with Viktor Kudryavtsev, who is known as a great technician. Viktor, a former coach of Maria Butrskaya, Ilya Kulik. Combination triple axel. Oh, opened it. Footwork now into his triple Lutz, and he doubled that jump.
He did skate on the Grand Prix circuit a couple of years ago. Finished 3rd at Trophée Lalique and is 7th at Skate America. Will have to skate very well in the free skate now to get back to the podium at this Grand Prix event. That's Russian Roman Serov in Saskatoon tonight. Coming up next, The bronze medalist from the Worlds last season in Vancouver. Todd Eldridge after this. A very unhappy Roman Surov. Not the skate he wanted by any stretch. And on ice is Todd Eldridge.
Going
30-year-old.
Excuse me, Rod, going through his mind right now is whether or not he's going to do the quad. I looked over at his coach, and his coach looked at me to say, as if to say, I don't know, it's up to him. He has not landed his quad in competition in over a year, and he has only landed it once in competition. But if he is to be a serious contender for gold in Salt Lake City, he will need to start doing the quad in these competitions.
What do you think? You think he's going to do it?
Well, I think if he's serious, he has to. He's got to have the quad under his belt before going into an under Olympic pressure.
Won the Worlds, of course, in 1996 in Edmonton. 3 second-place finishes at the Worlds, a third-place finish. And the goal is to get back to Salt Lake City and the Winter Olympic Games. And there's Richard Callahan.
And Richard said they really like the way this season has planned out for Todd. He loves skating in Canada, had the great skate at Worlds, will be back hopefully for the Grand Prix final as well as the Skate Canada competition.
3-0. For many years it has always been Elvis and Eldridge, the great rivals and friends.
3-7, 3-5.
Roman Surov.
The marks for presentation.
3.0 low mark there.
5-2.
The technical merit set and presentation
5-2,
marks.
5-3, 4-8.
So he is 7th. 3 skaters to go.
Our next skater represents the United States, Todd Eldridge.
And in so many ways, he has been like Elvis to American skating fans in this generation. Todd Eldridge. We thought he retired a couple of years ago. Came back, decided to skate on, and has his eyes set on the Winter Olympics.
And like Ben Ferreira, he will skate to music by Big Bad Voodoo Daddy. And if he's going to try his quad, it's coming up first in the program.
That was close.
It was close. Quad toe, double toe. He'll take it. Next element is a triple axel. But it lacks the sophistication of Yagudin and the power of Stoico. Here's where he makes up for it, the spin. Jump, the triple Lutz. Looks like it was a 2-foot landing on that.
Close, close, close for Todd Eldridge. We'll have his marks when we return to Saskatoon on TSN. Well, the benefits of instant replay. We get a chance to take a look at what Todd Eldridge did, and I know Todd will be watching too.
You could see the concentration as he built around the rink into the quad. Now watch as how he picks in, and look closely. You can see there was a 2-foot landing, slightly under-rotated. Here's his triple axel. What a magnificent jump. Powerful, in control, and look at the speed on the landing. Now there was a lot of snow flying on the landing of his triple Lutz. You could see the footwork there going into his jump. Now watch as he picks up into the air, and look closely. That was definitely on 1 foot, so there will not be a deduction for that, but it was a squeaker for Todd Eldridge, that Lutz. It wasn't as clean and as crisp as we've seen him do. I thought that program was a little reserved and a little slow for Todd Eldridge. Yes, he normally skates with more flow and more speed throughout his performance. Again, his footwork was a little simple. Spins excellent.
A great ambassador he has been over the years. Said he wanted to keep on skating to the Olympics because of his disappointments in Olympics past. 98, he was pushed off the podium. 94, he had the problems with injury, and 92, he was way back. So,
but good for him for trying the quad here. He absolutely has to do it if he's to be comfortable with this jump in Salt Lake City. And again, this is building to the Olympics.
Especially based on what those skaters like Yagudin and Plashenko are doing with their quads and other skaters. And coming up after skating, don't forget, what a game last night. The Yankees coming back to tie the series up in the World Series with Arizona. Game 5 tonight from Yankee Stadium. Coming up right after skating.
For
New York
elements, the marks
City still recovering. Todd Eldridge, by the way, was in New York City the day of September 11th. Was supposed to be on the Today Show that day, and he watched it from his hotel room, and then obviously life changed for him, as many others as well.
And those are low marks for Todd. Much better presentation marks. Judges don't have the benefit of instant replay.
Thank you.
And right now, Todd Eldridge is third behind Elvis Stoico, who's second, and Alexei Yagudin, who is first. 2 skaters remain.
Our competitor represents Germany. Andres Vlaschenko.
Andrei Vlashenko, best finish at a world championship, was 5th back in 1998, hails from Germany. And one of the more experienced skaters in this field, a lot of experienced skaters. 27-year-old from Munich.
His music variations on the theme of Paganini by Andrew Lloyd Webber. Triple axel, leaning out of the circle on the first jump. And now his triple Lutz. Barely hung on to that landing. Was born in Germany when his dad was posted there with the Russian army. He actually grew up and skated for Russia and has lived and skated for Germany for only the last 7 years. Prior to the last Olympics, he was convicted on a drunk driving charge, and because of that, he will not get his citizenship and will not be able to represent Germany at the Olympic Games.
So one skater to come tonight. Emanuel Sandhu of Canada will skate next. Andrei Vlashenko will have his marks in a moment. And Emanuel, the final skater, to see if he can. Andrei Vlashenko will wait for his marks, and then Emanuel Sandhu will skate. Reigning Canadian champion, of course, in Winnipeg. Elvis Stojko did not compete. Did go to the World Championships in Vancouver and finished 9th. New haircut for Emanuel Sandhu.
He actually finished 5th in the free skate at the World Championships, and that performance drew a lot of attention for Emanuel before he was just known really in Canada. Canadians knew what he was capable of, and at the World Championships, the world saw what Emanuel is capable of.
He is capable. The question mark has always been the short program. He puts himself a little bit behind and always has to come back. And also the big question mark has been the triple axel. It has been his bane.
It has been, yet in practice today, he was landing triple axel, triple toe, triple loop combination. Never seen another skater to land a combination like that.
And does have quad, of course, in his repertoire. And let's take a look at Andrei Vlashenko and where he will figure out here tonight.
Andrei's not a particularly powerful jumper. He doesn't get up into the air as much. He tends to just kind of rotate quickly to get the revolutions in. He was leaning out of the circle going into that axle and then just couldn't spin quickly enough.
Again, Alexei Yagudin is the leader. Elvis Stojko second. Todd Eldridge is third. Cast of usual suspects, 1, 2, 3 here in Saskatoon. Ben Ferreira is currently in 5th place, and Andrei Vlashenko, well, we'll find out where he places. Will they put him above Ferreira or below Ferreira? And these marks look a little better than Ben's.
4.6, 5.0
for required elements.
4.6,
The technical
4.7.
mark 4.325.0.
For presentation.
Not as many deductions on the first set of marks as Ben had on his.
5.2,
and indeed, he will vault over Ben Ferreira into 5th place. So Ben moves down a notch to 6th. And our final skater of the night here on opening night at the MasterCard Skate Canada International.
Representing Canada, our final competitor, Emanuel Sandhu.
Looking very focused. Emanuel Sandhu, Canada's champion.
This is a fabulous short program, especially, of course, when it's on. Great dance in it and footwork. Music by Safri Duo. Focusing now on his quad. Leaning in the air, but what a landing and a triple toe for his second jump.
But now to land that axle.
He's got to control his nerves. The music's pumping, the audience is clapping. Yes!
One more jump and then he can relax.
He's done the hard stuff. This is only a triple luck. 2-foot landing, though. Look at the line on his camel spin. A beautiful position, fast rotations on both feet.
Now what he does best. Last skater of the night and one of the best skates of the night. Oh, that was good. That is what he is capable of. Emanuel Sandhu. His marks in a moment from Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. To start the season for Emanuel Sandhu, second place certainly right now is for the taking. Alexei Yagudin. Hard to say if Emanuel's skate could knock Yagudin out of the top rung. He did have a 2-foot touchdown on the Lutz, but the quad was awesome.
Let's watch. Leaning in the air, he was slightly out of the circle. No mistake on the landing. Total conviction. He was going to do that jump no matter what. Beautiful triple axel, and let's see where it places him. Wow.
5 6s, 5 7s indeed. He will move into second place behind Alexei Yagudin. The men's free skate to come Saturday night. It's going to be great here in Saskatoon. What a final flight that will be. Elvis Stoico in third place. Todd Eldridge is fourth. What a skate for Emanuel Sandhu tonight. What a way to start the season.
That concludes the
Here's Dave Rand.
Our next competitor from Japan, Fumie Suguri.
Hello from Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, where the skating season has begun in Canada and the countdown to the Winter Olympics continues. Along with Tracy Wilson, this is Rod Black for the women's short program. And we begin the show today with Fumie Suguri of Japan, who was 7th at the World Championships in Vancouver.
The music is Franz Schubert's Ave Maria, and this program was choreographed by Canadian Laurie Nickel. Short programs. Fumie is first, her combination triple Lutz double toe. Fumie has a lot of speed going into her next jump, triple flip. Very complete skater, an all-round skater. Good jumps, good spins, and she has such good technique. She appears to float across the ice.
Couldn't think of a better way to start the show. Exquisite. Welcome to the 2001 MasterCard Skate Canada International.
Today, the finest in women's skating meet for the first time since the World Championships in Vancouver. A repeat showdown of the world podium. Michelle Kwan, Irina Slutskaya, and Sarah Hughes go head-to-head. Canada's Olympic hopefuls also begin their quest for a spot on the world stage. Leading the way, Nicole Watt, along with Annie Belmar. And today, we begin to dance. Shae, Bourne, and Victor Kratz, 5-time Skate Canada champions, ready to take on the world next on CTV. CTV proudly presents coverage of the 2001 MasterCard Skate Canada International from Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. Today we feature the ladies, including the reigning world champion Michelle Kwan, now going it alone after severing ties with her longtime coach Frank Carroll. As we bring you inside Saskatchewan Place, hi everybody, welcome to our coverage today on CTV. I'm Dave Randorf. Yes, indeed, there is an awful lot of intrigue and star power in this ladies' competition here at this Skate Canada, but no question about it. The sentimental favorite is a 16-year-old from Melfort, Saskatchewan, who didn't even compete at the Worlds in Vancouver. Nicole Watt, she is the reigning Canadian silver medalist. She's already the most successful skater this province has ever produced. She lives and trains now in Saskatoon, and this city absolutely loves her. Here's a look at one of the local sports sections from earlier this week, and it is all about Nicole Watt. No pressure going into this competition, right? But then again, she has proven to us all she can handle the pressure. She's a pretty tough cookie for a 16-year-old. Friends and family have made the 2.5-hour trek into town to watch her compete, including one of her brothers there. That is Evan, holding the sign. Now, Taylor is her other brother. He couldn't make the trip because he's got a very important hockey tournament this weekend, but you can bet that his thoughts are with his sister Nicole, and it'll be a great story developing today here at the MasterCard Skate Canada International. We're on the air for 2 hours this afternoon. We are also going to show you the original dance competition. The Canadians, Shae, Bourne, and Victor Kratz are in first place following the compulsories, but as mentioned, it is the ladies up first today. The short program as we look forward to the free skate final tonight. You're about to see Irina Slutskaya take the ice, and the other Canadian in competition here is Marianne Dubuc. Upstairs now to Rod Black and Tracy Wilson.
Thank you, Dave. The mark's coming now for Fumie Suguri, who opens our show today in the women's short program.
We thought she might try a triple Lutz triple toe here because she is landing that combination beautifully in practice. Today, a triple Lutz double toe. Good height, good flow out of that. Now watch the flip. There is supposed to be footwork into the flip, and there is a little bit of a break there, perhaps a slight deduction. Now let's watch to see if both feet touch. Maybe a slight touchdown. Tough for the judges to pick that up because in this competition they do not have the instant replay. Overall, a lovely performance.
5-5. This is someone who has bad ankles.
5-4. They've had to limit her training because she has had ankle problems for a number of years. Her coach, Nobuo Sato, Yuka Sato's father, has been working with her on her edge work, on her spins, and you can see the results of his effort in her skating.
She's on the road to the Olympics and also to the Worlds, which next spring, will be held in Japan.
Our next competitor from Russia, Irina Slutskaya.
This is the best competition of the 4 disciplines here in Saskatoon in terms of podium finishers from Vancouver. We have the podium here in Saskatoon. Irina Slutskaya was the silver medalist in Vancouver behind Michelle Kwan. Sarah Hughes will skate. Irina Slutskaya is the skater who consistently beat Michelle Kwan last season, but not in the biggie.
That's right, and she beat Michelle Kwan in the first 2 competitions this season, Goodwill Games and the Masters. Her strength, the short program. She won this at the World Championship. And this is Schubert's Serenade. What sets Irina's jumps apart is the lifts she gets. Watch the lift here. Oh, and she doubled her lutz. Very unusual. Footwork now into her triple flip. There, that's what we're used to seeing from Irina. Footwork all on one foot.
That signature Slutskaya spin to finish, but trouble early on with one of the elements. Her marks and also the Canadians. Annie Belmar, Nicole Watt to come from Saskatoon when we come back. 22-year-old Irina Slutskaya from Russia has finished second at the Worlds 3 times. The 2-time Russian champion.
And looking quite shaky at the beginning of her program. Picks in, you could see her foot when it picked into the ice was twisted. That should have been a triple lutz, double loop. But she regathered herself nicely into the triple flip. A good height, a very solid landing, clean finish to that jump. And as always, her spins have a lot of speed. And she holds the speed throughout the spin. Nice variety of positions. I also thought that her spiral sequence was a little bit stronger than Fumie's because Fumie's second spiral was a little bit weak. But Irina has certainly left the door open with a mistake on the lutz, and that's a 0.4 deduction.
5-2, 5-4,
wow.
5-4,
5-0 from the Hungarian judge, up to 5.4. Irina Slutskaya will have a.
These are close with Fumie.
She'll be second to Fumie right now, and she came here thinking she's going to be going eye to eye with Michelle Kwan and Sarah Hughes. We'll have to see what the 2 Americans do, but Irina Slutskaya is second right now.
Our next competitor from Canada, Annie Belmar.
And now for the hometown crowd, the home ice crowd, the Canadian crowd for Annie Belmar, and then Nicole Watt, the hometown hero here in Saskatoon. Back-to-back they skate. Annie Belmar and Nicole Watt skated at the 4 Continents Championship last year. to earn the right to go to the Worlds. Annie went to the World Championships and finished 21st.
Skating to music from the piano soundtrack, and Annie is a very big jumper. She has to be careful here not to rush the timing. Coming up, her triple Lutz. Performance, 2 big mistakes.
Yeah, her presentation mark will certainly be higher than the required elements mark. She will have some serious deductions. And up next, Nicole Watt comes home. It's her party here today at Saskatoon. We'll come back. To the Olympic Games, of course, will pass through the Grand Prix season, several cities, and also through the Nationals. Only one Canadian woman will go to the Olympics. And the competition, the big one, will be the Nationals in Hamilton. Annie will be there, and so will the next skater, who they love here.
Our next competitor from Canada, Nicole Watt.
Family's here. Her friends are here. A whole province is watching Nicole Watt, 16-year-old, who finished second in Canada. This is her first ever Grand Prix event on home ice.
Triple loop. And now a triple flip combination. Triple flip, double toe. have to fall a double axel at the end of her performance. Tough to take because that was only a double jump.
Too bad she will get the obvious deduction. Saskatchewan loves Nicole Watt. We'll have her marks when we come back to the 2001 MasterCard Skate Canada International on CTV. Some since we last saw her at the Nationals. She's also in remission from juvenile arthritis, which has affected her for quite some time.
She was injured, though, a few weeks ago in the triple Lutz, and so they had to take it out of the short program. So she's changed around the jump. She did this, the triple loop to open, and what a great start for Nicole in her first major international. Here's her triple flip. Now, in practice, she was doing triple flip, triple toe, but she did not have the speed there on the landing of the flip to do a triple-triple combination. A costly mistake at the end. She's looking a little slow, wound down into the axle instead of skating up into it. And you could see from the expression of her face that, oh boy, that's a costly mistake you can't afford to make at this time in the competition.
With her coach Dale Hazel. She has moved to Saskatoon, lives here now. She's from Melfort. Trains and of course is looking ahead to this season and also to the national championships. Jennifer Robinson, the Canadian champion, not competing at this event, did compete at Skate America. So we'll be watching the women all season long and monitor their progress. Again, only one woman will go to the Winter Olympic Games in Salt Lake City. And here is Nicole's marks. Thank you. And right now she is just ahead of Annie Belmar. Nice to skate on home ice. Michelle Kwan, world champion, still to come from Saskatoon on your Figure Skating Network. Welcome back to Saskatchewan Place as we continue with the women's short program. And don't forget the national championships early January in Hamilton's Copps Coliseum. Tickets available at the box office or call Ticketmaster. And also the website on your screen. The 2002 Bank of Montreal Canadian Championships upcoming. Now let's join Dave Randorf.
And I'm with Nicole Watt. Nicole, I know there's one jump you'd love to have back, but how did it feel out there today?
Actually, I felt really good. The program was going great kind of right up till the end, till my last jump there, and the crowd was very supportive. I could feel them behind me, and it was I guess a real thrill, you know, to skate in front of that type of audience where you can really feel the intensity.
We were just talking a moment ago, that's a hard lesson, that last jump, but I guess that's what this is about, gaining experience.
Definitely. Obviously now for the long, I really want to hit that. It's like my easiest jump. It was something that, you know, I just kind of slipped on the takeoff, so it's definitely something I want to come back from and really nail.
Well, something tells me they'll still be behind you for the free skate. Good luck.
Thank you.
Still to come, the women's world champion, Michelle Kwan, who is the four-time world champion. She won a silver medal at the Nagano Winter Olympics, handled it with great class when Tara Lipinski won the gold. Is she skating on because she wants to win gold in Salt Lake City on home ice? But recently, Michelle Kwan dumped her longtime coach, Frank Carroll. She is coachless in Saskatoon and will be coachless this season.
You know, at this point, I feel like we have a few differences. I mean, the whole goal, of course, is to make me a better skater, be the best I can be. But just in direction, it's a little different. So right now I feel it is the most important that I take control of my skating.
It was a complete surprise to me, and I really don't understand it. I think that she really is going through a rough time right now. All I can tell you is that she came to me and tried to describe her feelings and said that she felt that she needed to get out there and do it by herself, that she needed to take responsibility for her skating herself and to not depend on anyone, but to be strong enough to go out there and win on her own.
I know it's about 4 months before the Olympics. It's a big decision, but even if it's 4 days before the Olympics, if it can help me skate better, then I've got to do it. I mean, it can be hard, and it will be hard. I'm not saying that because of this it's going to be amazing and I'm going to be a changed person. No, you just have to make gradual changes, and I believe that this is the best for Michelle.
Skaters make changes all the time, Tracy Wilson. Usually they make it when they're struggling or they have lost a Worlds or an Olympics. Michelle won the Worlds. Why did she make this change?
She had to make a drastic change because she had a rough start to her season. She lost the first 2 competitions to Irina Slutskaya. More than that, she looked flat, uninspired, and had difficulty on her jumps. So she decided to shake things up, and she moved on without her coach, Frank Carroll. It didn't get a whole lot better for Michelle at Skate America. She looked slightly more inspired, still had trouble on the jumps. And the audience and many of the judges thought that Michelle should have finished second to Sarah Hughes at Skate America. She has been awesome in practice. She has dominated here. She looks fit, on fire, focused. Now she has to take that attitude out here onto the competition ice. No coach with her, but her dad, Danny's at the boards, and he said, Tracy, I'm just a cheerleader. I stand there and I say, go for it, baby. He was clapping a lot for her in practice, and he should be pretty excited again here in the short.
And now Sarah Hughes of the United States upcoming, and there is Michelle. Makes you wonder, though, do you need a cheerleader or do you need a coach as you head towards the Olympic Games? It is still the big one this season, and there is Sarah Hughes. So much expected of this young skater who won a bronze medal in Vancouver.
Only 16 years of age, and she's already 3rd in the world. Her coach, Robin Wagner. Sarah will skate to Ave Maria, and this version is the same one that Peggy Fleming skated to at the 1968 Olympic exhibitions when she won gold. Jump first, her double axel. Look at the speed on the landing. Here comes her combination. Triple Lutz double loop. Commanding presence for a skater still so young. line. Look at this position in her spin.
She is a very fine skater. We talked about her at the Worlds. We've been talking about her the last couple of seasons. Tracy, we have seen in the sport a lot of talented teenagers. And usually when they're young, we see their great technical skill. She not only has great technical skill, but has a lot of polish.
Polish and consistency, Rod. It's so unusual at 16 years of age to be known as a consistent skater like Sarah Hughes is. She hasn't gone through the big ups and downs like many of the skaters do, and they're teenagers and their bodies are growing and changing. There's her coach, Robin Wagner, and Robin picks up Sarah and helps drive her to the rink, trains with her each day.
Grade 11 high school student, Sarah Hughes, who most likely will be an Olympian as well for the United States.
Now, if there's a criticism of Sarah, it's her jumping technique, and there the entry into the Lut. She switches over at the very end from an outside into an inside, so some judges may take a deduction there. High leg and a sharp pick into the entry of her triple flip. Everything else, though, was beautiful. Deep in the knees. Look at the layback position. She is a Peggy Fleming fan, and she asked for a copy of Peggy's performance to Ave Maria so she could study it.
Hi, everybody.
Peggy is here, as a matter of fact, working with our friends at ABC. There she is, the great Peggy Fleming. I even heard that Sarah had some Peggy Fleming pajamas at one time to sleep in.
Lucky pajamas that she would sleep in the night before a big competition.
That's the secret, maybe. She's a great skater. Very good skater, coming off a very impressive performance at Skate America, where many thought that she, in fact, had defeated Michelle Kwan, who waits backstage. Rather controversial finish at Colorado Springs.
Yes, the American audience was jeering the marks of Sarah Hughes because they felt that the marks were too low. And actually, the referee and assistant referee of the event spoke out and said that they had Sarah Hughes first on their scorecards.
Well, I don't think there will be any doubt about the marks right here, right now, because of the elements laid down. The one judge does place her second for ordinals behind Fumie Suguri, but the rest are first place unanimously. That was the Japanese judge, by the way, that places her second.
Thank you.
Sarah Hughes is first. And when we come back, the world champion in Saskatoon. There is the four-time world champion and her dad, Danny Kwan, who really is her cheerleader. But is this a risky proposition, heading to Salt Lake City, the Winter Olympics, without a coach? It's rather unprecedented.
Unheard of. I've never seen it happen to another skater. Father is not pretending to be her coach. He's just there for support. Skating to the music, East of Eden. Here's her combination, triple Lutz, double toe. No.
That is a sight we are not used to.
element, the most difficult for her. She struggled with it all season, and she nailed it here, the triple flip. Way to fight.
We are not used to seeing Michelle Kwan have to dust herself off and get back up. She's going to have to do that in the standings, too, heading to the free skate. Deductions to come. We are not used to seeing Michelle Kwan fall in a short program. Also not used to seeing her without Frank Carroll in the kiss and cry area. No coach this season.
And problems off the top with a triple Lutz. She was landing it perfectly all week in practice. Her toe pick slipped on the takeoff. This is the jump that she hasn't been able to do in the short program this season. And there she was flying, made it look easy. And closed with a very nice position on her layback. Watch her free leg as it goes down towards the ice, the arch in her back. Good speed. But she didn't skate with the flow or conviction that Fumie Suguri did, or Sarah Hughes.
She's with Debbie Hagenauer, who is the U.S. team leader. And the marks, low marks for required elements. Second mark, of course, will be higher. It always is for Michelle Kwan. And she now is in second place, so the battle with Sarah Hughes continues. Sarah Hughes, clean performance. First place, Michelle Kwan, a number of different ordinals, and she is second ahead of Fumie Suguri.
Our next competitor from Canada, Marianne Dubuc.
The third Canadian woman competing here in Saskatoon is Marianne Dubuc, 18-year-old from Princeville, Quebec, fourth at the national championships in Winnipeg. She was the junior champion of Canada in the year 2000.
This her first senior Grand Prix event. And here it comes, Marianne's combination. She's planning a triple Lutz double toe.
So much focus on Nicole Watt and Annie Belmar here this week. Marianne Dubuc has a chance, if she can skate clean, to be placed ahead of the other two Canadian competitors.
Triple flip. Toe slipped on the takeoff. Loves to jump. It's a favorite part of her skating. She has been working on her artistry. on to that double axel. But you can see her lines are not quite as long and as extended as some of the other skaters. An area she needs to continue to work on. Footwork on one foot.
Interesting place to finish. She's happy with it. We'll get her marks and how her performance relates to the other Canadians when we come back to Sandhu. Former Canadian junior champion, Marianne Dubic. First foray at the senior level of the Grand Prix event.
And this her favorite jump, and it didn't let her down today. Good height, triple Lutz, double toe. And look at that expression. Says it all, doesn't it? Marianne was injured this summer. She had tendonitis in her hip. She had to take 2 months off, and her coach Manon Perron wanted to make sure it was fully healed before she came back to skating, so it didn't keep bothering her for the rest of the season.
Another skater will watch at the national championships. Competing for that one spot to go to the Winter Games, and presentation marks a little bit better. And Marianne Dubuc has been placed in front of Nicole Watt and Annie Belmar.
Thank you. Our next competitor from Russia, Kristina Oblasova.
One of the great things about the Grand Prix circuit and this event over the years, traditionally, we have taken a peek into the future and seen some of the skaters we'll be watching down the road. This is the Russian junior women's champion. Her name, Kristina Oblasova, 17-year-old, who we haven't seen on the big ice surface at any real big events. And now this is her time to shine. Not only the Russian junior champion, the world junior champion.
Kristina opening with a double axel, slipped on the takeoff. That was a single. Very tall skater. She's 5'7". Tallest skater by far in this competition. And here comes her combination. Problems on the triple Lutz. Good footwork into her triple flip, and a nice triple flip.
That is a mighty layback. Not bad. First trip to the Grand Prix circuit. She says, oh, okay. We'll have her marks. The free skate later tonight. Women's short program on the air this afternoon, and we just saw maybe a peek into the future of Russian women's skating. 17-year-old Kristina Oblasova.
What I liked about this program was the footwork into the triple flip. Often the skaters kind of take it easy on the footwork. She attacked it, and this jump. She had some nice spins. Needs a little more polish to be competitive with the big guns, but a good start at the senior level.
Yeah, we've seen some great depth in Russian women's skating over the last decade. Maria Butrskaya, first Russian to ever win a world championship. Arina Slutskaya, very close, and maybe someday this young woman.
4-8, 5-0, 5-1.
So there are her marks for required elements and presentation. Not bad for Kristina Oblasova. Let's join Dave Randorf.
With Michelle Kwan, and for me this is good, Michelle, because I can talk to the skater and the coach at the same time. You're saying in the kiss and cry, you can't believe you've missed your Lutz, so you've been handling it well.
Well, I've been landing my triple Lutz pretty solidly, and I don't know, for some reason tonight I was leaning a little forward and I missed it, and I was a little shocked, yeah.
There's been a lot going on with your career in the past few weeks. We've been talking about it. How are you handling it?
Actually, I've been skating better than I have been in the last year since Vancouver, and it seems like I'm building and building, and I've got a couple of months, and hopefully I build to the Olympics.
Well, best of luck in the free skate, Michelle.
Thank you.
We'll see that free skate, of course, tonight on CTV. Sarah Hughes. Very well done. 16-year-old leads the world champion. Fumie Suguri is third. The Canadians, Marianne Dubuc, 8th. Nicole Watt, 10th. Annie Belmar, 11th. All three Canadian women with work to do.
Following is a presentation of ABC's Wide World of Sports, home of the World and U.S. Figure Skating Championships.
The second of 6 events in the ISU Grand Prix of Figure Skating. Skate Canada features the strongest field in the series, including the top 3 ladies in the world. 4-time world champion Michelle Kwan looks for her second consecutive Grand Prix win. Russian rival Arina Slutskaya is the only skater of the past 2 years to beat Kwan in an official event, while American Sarah Hughes is now a legitimate gold medal challenger. The men are led by Alexei Yagudin, the 3-time world champion from Russia, and 2 veteran stars, 5-time U.S. champ Todd Eldridge, along with Canada's own Elvis Stoiko. Skate Canada is next. Round 2 in the Grand Prix of Figure Skating brings us to Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, north of the border here in the heartland of Canada. The geese are getting out of Dodge. It's turning cold here. The South Saskatchewan River curling around the city, and we're about 15 minutes from the downtown area. Today, a great field of Olympic hopefuls are here inside Saskatchewan Place for Skate Canada. Along with Peggy Fleming, Dick Button, and Susie Wynn, I'm Terry Gannon. A number of the sport's top names squaring off. Michelle Kwan here trying to wrap up a spot in the Grand Prix final, but she's in second place after the short program. It's fellow American Sarah Hughes, the 16-year-old who almost beat her at Skate America. She now has the lead heading into the free skate. The ladies are out there a little bit later on. The men on the ice warming up to skate for the gold medal, including the 3-time world champion from Russia, Alexei Yagudin, who has been terrific so far here at Skate Canada. Yagudin has the lead after the short. Then Sandhu, Emanuel Sandhu, the Canadian champ. That's a surprise. Stoiko and Eldridge. Here's how the Grand Prix works. 6 events over 6 weeks all around the globe. You can compete up to 3 times, but 2 are designated as scoring competitions. Then the top 6 move on to the Grand Prix final, which is up here in Canada, by the way. We'll have that in prime time for you here on ABC Sports beginning December 15th. When we come back, the current leader takes the ice, Alexei Yagudin from Russia. He owned the world title from 98 to 2000, lost to Yevgeny Plushenko at the Grand Prix final last season. However, he's done a lot of work on his mental approach to this important Olympic year. And in his short program here at Skate Canada, he was outstanding. It's worth another look right now on our mobile update, Dick.
Well, the magnificent thing was the combination of elements that he was able to do brilliantly. First off, he started with a two-jump combination, a quadruple toe loop into a triple toe loop. Now, that was spectacular. And this triple axel, look at him step up into it, pull those tight revolutions off and skate off. But the most fascinating of all was his final control of ice steps. The tapping on the ice, the use of it, the Fred Astaire movements that went into this, that was terrific.
Yagudin skates for gold next.
This Wide World of Sports update brought to you by Speed Pass at Exxon and Mobil.
And we welcome you back to Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. This is the largest city in this province, just over 200,000 people here, but it's surrounded by farmland, wheat-growing areas in this part of the country. And if we're not in the middle of nowhere, we certainly get the sense that we are on the edge of it. We welcome you back. Terry Gannon along with Peggy Fleming and Dick Button. We're in a Boomtown museum, a turn-of-the-century museum, turn of the last century, that is. And my question is, how bumpy was the ride in this wagon to your first World Championship?
Well, you know, we had to ride horse and buggy. We didn't have limos in those days. I mean,
no comfort?
No, not at all.
It's amazing.
And it was cold.
Amazing what you accomplished back then. Peggy, what about the travel, though? Not only for the skaters, for us. We go all around the world, and it's difficult, but then they've got to go out there and practice and perform.
Well, Terry, I think sometimes we forget the extreme balancing act that these athletes endure. They travel around the world, they eat foreign food, they skate on foreign ice, they hear foreign languages, and, you know, it's quite a thing that they have to do. I don't know if you ever remember going on a trip cross-country where you've really felt the effects of jet lag and it's flattened you for days. Well, imagine, you know, arriving at a city and performing an Olympic-level program in front of a world audience right after you check in the hotel, and then turn around and do it the next week.
And sometimes you don't know where you're going. I mean, I admit I had to look on a map to see where Saskatoon
Me
was
too.
when I found out we were coming here. How about the men, Dick, and really trying to peak at the right time in this Olympic year?
Well, you know, this museum reminds me of the day when the names that reverberated through the skating halls were names like Ulrich Salchow and Axel Paulsen, and skaters only had to do 1 or 2 championships a year. Right now, the schedule is chock-a-block full, and the really difficult part is how to peak and not only skate brilliantly here at Skate Canada, but also peak it towards the Olympic Games in Salt Lake. Now, already we've seen Alexei Yagudin, who started off this summer overtraining. He lost 18 pounds, and he blew it at the Goodwill Games. Now he's gained 5 pounds back, and he seems to be in the best shape, both physically and emotionally, of his life. So it'll be interesting to see and fascinating for us to follow all the way, not only from here in Saskatoon, but to Salt Lake.
Chock-a-block, huh? I like that. I hadn't heard that before. Great showdown here with the men, but also next week. Next stop on the Grand Prix of Figure Skating is Gelsenkirchen, Germany, the Nations Cup competition. You've got the reigning world champion Yevgeny Plushenko taking on the reigning U.S. champion Timothy Gable. That's here on ABC Sports next Sunday beginning at 12 o'clock Eastern.
Meanwhile, Skate Canada continues here inside Saskatchewan Place. The men skating for the gold medal. And here is Alexei Yagudin, set to go now, the 3-time world champ. He stumbled last year and lost his world title, but now he's working awfully hard to regain that top spot, this time at the Olympics.
For the 3 years I was in the top, and then finally, I lost. So it was there was so many things going on through my head, and that's why I tried to change myself, and I was just trying to search for the right way to get back on the road.
Well, if the short program here at Skate Canada is any indication, he is on his way back. Not that he was that far down last season. Don't let him fool you. He won the silver medal at the World Championships last year, but of course the 3 previous seasons he captured the gold at Worlds. Here's Alexei Yagudin, the leader, after the short program.
Now, the music he's using here is from the motion picture, The Man in the Iron Mask. He's always been a very dramatic skater and a wonderful jumper. This opening combination, quadruple toe loop, a triple toe loop with a very bad landing on it, but complete, and that counts. Not perfectly done, but it counts. Another triple, step out, another quadruple toe, step out, triple salchow. That combination was intended exactly like that. It wasn't a failure or a mistake. Now a triple axel. And that was magnificent height. The landing, the feet just went right out, and that did that one in.
First glaring mistake that he has made here in Saskatoon. What a performance he had at this event last season. It may have been the best that anyone had all year long. 2 6.0s for presentation in his free skate last season's Skate Canada.
The stretch here, look at the spring, the toe pick. He always lands with his back dropping down. I think that spoils the line of it. But he's got to tell you, he's some athlete. Footwork, good quick steps, the kind of short steps that are so difficult to do well in this sport. The fact that he can do a spread eagle. Now here, straight line steps, one of his favorite. Final combination, sit spin, a back sit spin, a little bit of a cannonball. You know, he was pleased with the performance, but it had, you know, major mistakes in there that were not up to his level. That last spin, for example, he just doesn't complete it. He lets it go. He doesn't make what he can out of it. But the rest of the program has a great drama.
Tells you what kind of performer he is, though. Standing ovation in front of a very knowledgeable crowd here in Canada, even though he did have some major mistakes.
He's a superb athlete, superb.
Alexei Yagudin.
Now, this first combination that he did, look at this quadruple toe loop. Wonderfully, wonderfully controlled. Another quadruple, triple
toe loop, and finally he pulls out and goes into this combination of a quad toe again. Now watch him step over, waltz it over, and do a triple salchow. See, that's a difficult combination, but he does it beautifully. Here, though, he got magnificent height, and look at the landing. Boom, he's down. Just slipped right out of it. The footwork, though, on the other hand, I think he always does very well. The difficulty of this is trying to do toe work in a sport where it's made up of glide and forward motion.
For Alexei Yagudin.
Really brings the crowd in, too, with that footwork section. A cast of thousands in the kiss and cry area here. The first set of marks for technical merit, 5.7 up to 5.9.
Well, those are clearly very strong marks, and with the first place finish that he has in the short program, I think he'll stand him in very good stead.
Presentation marks, 5.8s and 5.9s. The Grand Prix debut for Alexei Yagudin. It could be tough to beat here. Up next, Elvis Stoico, the world champion in 94, 95, and 97. He's making a run at an Olympic gold medal now in his last season. But first, Peter Carruthers, our colleague, takes a look at one of the ice moves in figure skating.
You've heard us talk about it, carriage, line, and posture. Well, this is an example of poor quality right here. Arms are waving, heads down, bent over. Now I straighten up. The torso's where it should be. The arms are stretched out. The head is up. That's much better. But to further the point, we've got Olympic silver medalist Paul Wiley, who will show us bad quality and great quality.
Okay, here's a bad spread eagle. My butt's sticking out, my shoulders are up, my head's down. Now I stick my butt in, shoulders down, reach up with my arms, present a little bit, makes a big difference. Now here's a flying camel, demonstrates the same kind of difference. Turned in foot, low position, head down, versus turned out toe, point, stretch. It'll probably interpret the music a little better.
And that can make a difference in determining a championship.
Back here in Saskatoon, a reminder, tomorrow night, join Al, Dennis, and Dan the whole gang when the Super Bowl champion Baltimore Ravens battle the Tennessee Titans. Monday Night Football comes your way live at 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific here on ABC. Alexei Yagudin is your current leader here in the men's free skate, but on the ice right now, the king, especially here in Canada, Elvis Stoico, 29 years of age, twice the Olympic silver medalist. He's still here, still striving because he wants one thing. He wants an Olympic gold medal.
And he's skating to a piece of music he's used in the past with great success, Dragon, the Bruce Lee story. I think he wants this quadruple toe, triple toe combination, or at least half of it. Here it is. Ah, good boy. Very nice. And a double toe loop. Now, that's spiffy for him. I'm really glad about that. He deserves it. He's worked hard for it.
That's the first quad that he has landed in competition in almost 2 seasons.
Now he has another combination here, triple axel, triple toe. Triple axel, double toe.
He's already said this is his final year of Olympic eligible skating. You mentioned he's going back to that Bruce Lee story and music. He spent 45 minutes on the phone with Linda Lee, the widow of Bruce Lee, the great martial arts actor, talking about Bruce Lee, getting to know him a little bit more.
You
know, he was crucified in the press here for using the same music and not going to a new program. And I say that this concept and this music fits him. It fits his body. It fits his style of skating. He's not a fluff skater. And I think it's terrific that he's done that. And the heck with anybody that doesn't like it. Either like the program and like the skate or don't. Watch the step up. The skid was quite strong. Flip and right into a triple loop. Done with ease and difficulty. Difficult jumps at this point in the program. Jump, a triple Salchow. Series of butterfly death drops. And a final combination spin. Very nice. Really nice.
Well, the article you referred to, Dick, said it's time for Elvis to leave the building. Not quite yet.
I don't think I'd tell that to this audience. You know, there's not a superficial thing about his skating. There's not a laid-on element. It all comes from the heart, and that's what makes him so popular, so likable, and so good.
Could you read his lips at the end? I'm back. Well put.
Now look at the quality of this quadruple toe jump right there. I mean, that's really good, and he fought through it every inch of the way, did a double instead of a triple, and that's perfectly legal. And in this triple axel, watch the step up, the really good height, the immediate reach back for the double toe. This triple axel later in the program, much greater problem. Some reason or other, he just wasn't able to hold on to that landing, sat down, but the flow was there, and it went straight ahead.
Finally, I'm back.
You know, I don't think most writers who criticize this know how difficult it is for him to pull this program off at his age and the quality and the difficulty of the jumps. You know, I'm all for him.
Age of 29. Now the marks, the crowd doesn't like these at all.
Well, he's always been a superb person as well as a great skater.
Remember, he was in third after the short program. Presentation marks, listen to the audience here.
5-7.
Second place ordinals for Elvis Stoico. He's in second overall, right behind Alexei Yagudin. Up next, the other veteran takes the ice. Todd Eldridge, the 5-time U.S. champ who won his world title up here in Canada. He skates right after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
ABC Sports coverage of the ISU Grand Prix of Figure Skating Skate Canada continues.
Michelle Kwan getting ready. The ladies take the ice a little bit later on. She's got a little work to do in second place, right behind Sarah Hughes, the 16-year-old who has the lead right now. Irina Slutskaya from Russia, some work to do as well. She is currently in fourth. Meanwhile, though, Skate Canada continues with the men skating for the gold medal. And up next, ready to go, Todd Eldridge, the 5-time U.S. champ who had a solid comeback last year, medaled at the World Championships, but this year wants to carry on the success, building to his final Olympics.
For me, you know, the earlier events this year, I've done them a million times, and hopefully, you know, they'll go well, and they'll kind of be stepping stones towards, you know, the ultimate goal at the end of the year, which, you know, will be obviously the nationals and making the Olympic team, and, you know, hopefully going on to have 2 great performances at the Olympics, and who knows, maybe be standing somewhere on that podium.
That's the only medal in his career that he hasn't captured yet. A 4th place finish at the 98 Olympics, the 10th place finish in 92. He's hoping for better in Salt Lake City this season. Todd Eldridge, 30 years of age and one of 3 world champions in this event who, outside of last year, owned the world title since 1994. Up until Plashenko won it last season.
It's a pretty spectacular record, I've got to tell you. This is the motion picture music, 1492. This is not the program he will present at the Olympic Games. That will appear later in the winter.
It's a band of brothers, I believe.
You see, he scraped his foot going into it, the free leg, and never got the chance to get the quad part of that off even before the turn and the step. Triple loop. Not as good as he can usually do. Flying camel. You can see right here how beautifully he centers spins. Triple flip. Normally it's done with straight lines going into it, but look at the depth of these curves as he turns here. And it was a double, not a triple. He's usually been very secure in that. Speed here as he pulls on the long back edge into this triple axel. Triple toe loop. Wow, I held my breath on that. I got to tell you, when he does a good one, it's a dandy. That was a triple Lutz with a very weak ending. Butterfly to a back sit.
Captured the bronze medal at the World Championships last season. Got to believe some in the house here today were at the arena when he won his World Championship just about 5 hours from here in Edmonton. That was back in '96.
Again. Death rock. Do a back sit. Back inside edge. Oh, he never got off that one either. There have been too many missed elements here, doubling instead of tripling. Now, look at this final combination spin. His spins equal the best in the world. He just doesn't get full credit for them. But look at this, back cannonball position. Now watch this fast back scratch with the hands over the head. Just somehow he let it drizzle off at the end. You know, with the mistake in that last jump, and I think it threw him off a little bit on the last spin, which wasn't usually as long and as spiffy as it can be.
And had a couple of bobbles early, which may have thrown him off, too. Todd Eldridge, the 5-time U.S. champion.
Now this opening move, a quadruple toe, just never got off the ground right. Look right there. He just, it almost looked like he was doing a salchow instead of a quadruple toe, but it split open and it ended up as nothing. This combination, though, first a triple axel, reach back and toe into a triple toe loop, was first rate.
For technical merit, the marks.
What a career he's had, though. Not over yet, but 6 medals at the World Championships. Only Dick Button right alongside me and Hayes Jenkins have that many as U.S. men competing in the world. Technical merit marks 5.2 to 5.5.
5.6, 5.4.
And now the presentation marks 5.4 to 5.7.
You know, they're all consistent marks. They're just not great ones, and deservedly so.
Coming back with Emanuel Sandhu, the Canadian champ, has been the surprise so far. He's in second with a chance to win the gold. He has been inconsistent, 9th at last year's Worlds. His parents met right here in Canada. He is next.
For years, he has thrilled audiences around the world. Now it is time to say goodbye. We are proud to present this very special video, Best of Stars on Ice, Volume 2, Scott Hamilton's Farewell Tour. Call 1-877-94-SKATE to order this unforgettable tribute to Scott. Join Lipinski, Yamaguchi, Browning, Kulik. Only $19.95 plus $4.95 shipping and handling. This is the one video you will always treasure. 1-877-94-SKATE.
Back at Skate Canada, don't forget tonight at 8/7 Central, an ABC premiere event presented uncut. Tom Hanks, Ed Burns, and Matt Damon star in Saving Private Ryan. Great movie here on ABC.
Represents Canada, Emanuel.
Backstage, Alexei Yagudin has the lead. He's watching to see if he'll hang on to the gold medal. But taking the ice right now, the current Canadian champion, and he brought down the house in his short program. He was spectacular. Emanuel Sandhu.
Well, this is a young skater who has absolutely everything going for him when he can manage to pull it together and keep it going. He's an inventive, creative, artistic skater who has a wonderful sense of line on the ice.
And we'll see how he handles the position of being in second place in a major event. Trying to make a run at a 3-time world champion.
Quadruple toe, triple toe. What a shame. He was so on in the short program. A triple axel. You could see the insecurity in the forward outside edge. That entrance edge tells you everything about what a jump is going to be.
See if the crowd tries to get him back into it here.
Well, that's wonderful height. and clean and easy. Oh, did you see again that entrance edge? It just went right back into the right circle and gave him no security or no position at all to jump from.
Is this nerves more than anything?
I don't know. I can't tell you that. Only he can tell you that.
He's 20 years of age from Richmond Hill, Ontario. Face. Desperation. Or maybe more disgust.
Even popping that. Now if he'd just take it, I mean, look at the quality of that spread eagle and the sitting aspect of it. Look at the stretch of the feet, the point of the toes. Look at this. You know, I mean, there isn't a skater, 1 out of 10, that understands how difficult the positions are that he achieves. That's been years of dance study.
Yeah, until the 97 Junior Nationals, which he won. He was more of a ballet dancer than a skater.
Triple loop. Triple toe loop. You see, he can do it. Musical on the point. Now this combination spin first to camel. Look at that position. Sit spin. The Sandhu spin. That's marvelous. Back camel. Back sit spin, and a back headless spin, cross foot. The difficulty of that position is just huge. An illusion, and a back spin. The headless position.
Well, with about 1.5 minutes left in that performance, he really had to dig down deep just to get through it. Emanuel Sandhu, frustrating free skate, but Alexei Yagudin must know now, it's not official, but he's going to win another Skate Canada.
This quadruple toe loop, look the way he turns, look at the back, the stretch, everything is just wonderful. But he doesn't get, he's leaning out of the circle, and that's what caused him to fall at the end of the jump.
4-9, 5-2.
And now the marks that Emanuel Sandhu really doesn't want to see.
Well, what can I tell you? He just missed far too many elements. I mean, it wasn't a case of 1 or 2. It was a whole raft of them through the thing. But the presentation marks are better because he has a magnificent style, a magnificent elegance on the ice.
Shot from second after the short program, all the way down into 5th place. Right now, Susie Wynn is standing by with the gold medalist, Alexei Yagudin. Susie?
Congratulations, Alexei. You came here to have fun, and it looked like you did just that.
Right now, I'm having a lot of fun because the competition is over, and I'm first, and I skate really good. I did the main work. I did 2 quads, both in the combination, and just that little fault in the middle of the program. But I'm sure that in the future, I'll do it clean.
You did everything so well. What do you need to improve on before the Olympics and before you meet Plushenko?
I guess just I have to work a little bit more on the spins and on the speed. Yeah, on the speed in my pre-program because I was a little bit tired at the end.
You did a great job. Congratulations. We wish you all the best.
Thanks.
Terry, back to you.
All right, Susie, thanks. So Alexei Yagudin right where he wants to be early in this Olympic season. He picks up 12 points for the win here at Skate Canada. Elvis Stoico comes in second. Todd Eldridge captures the bronze medal. Now, overall, through 2 events in the Grand Prix, Yagudin is tied with Timothy Gable of the U.S. with 12 points. Gable goes head-to-head with Yevgeny Plushenko at the next event, Nations Cup in Germany. Stoico and Honda tied with 9 points. Eldridge and Alexander Apt of Russia tied with 7. The men's event in the books. The ladies are next. The top 3 from last year's World Championships. Sarah Hughes has the lead right now. Michelle Kwan's in second. Arina Slutskaya in fourth. They're next.
The International Skating Union, the sports federation that governs figure and speed skating worldwide. With a membership of more than 50 countries, the ISU is responsible for the technical control and the direction of the world's most important skating events. The International Skating Union, bringing you grace, power, speed, and champions since 1892.
The top 3 ladies in the world are set to square off here at Skate Canada. Michelle Kwan is fresh off a win in the season's first Grand Prix event, but is still searching for the form that captured 4 world titles. Her Russian rival Arina Slutskaya has momentum, but has shown signs of early season nerves here in her Grand Prix opener, while American Sarah Hughes continues to surge and is threatening to pull off the biggest upset of her career. The ladies take the ice next. It's been a loud, boisterous crowd here inside Saskatchewan Place. Very knowledgeable one, too, here in Canada. Getting set to watch the ladies skate for the gold medal now. The top group on the ice warming up here at Skate Canada. Hi again, everybody. Terry Gannon back with Peggy Fleming and Dick Button. This is the only time throughout the regular season in the Grand Prix that the top 3 ladies in the world will be skating together against one another. And for Sarah Hughes, she has a chance. She's on the verge of perhaps pulling off her biggest win yet in her career.
Well, Terry, the big story is 16-year-old Sarah Hughes. She was brilliant in the short program and is in first place. Sarah is an amazing competitor with 2 triple-triples planned in her free skate. And if she can harness her enthusiasm and skate with command, she could earn her first international title. And Fumie Suguri has found her look. She has always been a very pleasant skater, but this year, all the pieces have settled into the puzzle. She has wonderful choreography, beautiful music, and technical consistency have landed her in third place after the short. All Fumie needs right now to stand on that podium is a deeper connection with the audience.
Well, those 2 have a chance at the gold medal. So do the headliners here coming in, at least, Dick. Michelle Kwan and Arina Slutskaya. How do you see those 2?
Well, you know, I think even more important is that there's a changing scenario going on in the fine art of competitive skating. In the past, almost the only determination of who would win was that person who did the most and the best triples. Now, closing the gap in importance is the quality of the free program. Today, Michelle Kwan is skating a new program, one that seems to be still emerging and developing, while Arina Slutskaya has taken on the character of Puccini's tempestuous operatic heroine, Tosca, a role that covers up a lot of unstretched legs and flailing arms and gives her the chance to attack. Watch the impact of these 2 choices for your own opinion, and then compare them to what the judges decide.
And as we check the standings after the short program, Sarah Hughes has the lead. Michelle Kwan is in second. She leads the overall standings in the Grand Prix after 1 event with her win at Skate America. Fumie Suguri, a surprise third, and Arina Slutskaya is in fourth. So the ladies set to go now, and on the ice first, truly the hometown favorite here, 16-year-old Nicole Watt, who hails from a small town just outside of Saskatoon and also has overcome the debilitating effects of juvenile arthritis to become Canada's national silver medalist.
Well, I was diagnosed with juvenile rheumatoid arthritis when I was 8 years old, and it was something that was worse when I was younger, actually. I've been off medication now for almost 6 months. I still have occasional, pain and discomfort, but it's nothing like it used to be. It used to be, when I was first diagnosed, it was you know, very painful. But I decided I was going to keep skating and nothing was going to stop me from that.
Well, it's been some week for this 16-year-old who really is an inspiration in Canada, especially around these parts. Able to skate in front of her home fans. And also, she's just been thrilled, beaming to be on the ice with Michelle Kwan, Arena Slutskaya, Sarah Hughes, and the top names in the sport. Nicole Watt.
She's skating to the Snow Queen, based on an old fairy tale.
She skates like a snowflake.
And her opening jump is this triple loop jump. Her preparation is back outside edge takeoff. Nice. Didn't get a whole lot of lift in the jump, but she completed it.
This ladies' free skate, 4 minutes long, worth 2/3 of the overall score.
Did you notice how that, again, she just went from a straight line to a real sharp curve? That makes it tough on you if you're trying to remain balanced and straight.
There's not a lot of natural spring to her jumps that makes them extremely difficult. Doesn't give you much time to do the rotations in the air.
For the last 6 months, she's been healthy, pain-free, but there have been times in her life that, because of the arthritis, the swelling is so bad and the stiffness that she has been in a wheelchair.
Energetic skater. She skates with a lot of speed, but she's also a very light skater. If she could carry through on these moves and follow them through more, I think it would be even more effective than she is already.
She has a very nice program choreographed by Lori Nickel, who used to choreograph for Michelle Kwan. She rushes through a lot of these moves.
You almost want her to stop and listen to the music and then, you know, kind of complete each move and thought that the phrases call for. But it is energetic and light.
At the end of this 4-minute program, that's a lot of energy. Good for her.
She's like a little butterfly on the ice, like a series of snowflakes that bounce from spot to spot.
Well, she skated pretty well. I mean, she landed 5 clean triple jumps. They were kind of squeaked out, but she just is such a joy to watch.
How much better does it get to get a standing ovation here near your hometown, in the town in which you train, Saskatoon? 16-year-old Nicole Watt. When we come back, Sarah Hughes of the U.S., who stood on the podium at the World Championships last year, the U.S. Championships as well at the age of 16. She's the leader. She skates for gold when we come back to Skate Canada. Don't forget, next Sunday, event number 3 in the Grand Prix of figure skating comes your way from Germany, Nations Cup. Timothy Gable takes on the reigning world champ, Yevgeny Plushenko, next Sunday at 12 Eastern, right here on ABC Sports. Well, Sarah Hughes set to go now. The pressure on her shoulders. The leader after the short program here, really strengthened by a great performance last week at Skate America, where she finished a controversial 2nd place.
I skated extremely well last weekend. I was very happy. I didn't see anybody else skate. People thought everybody had an opinion on what the outcome should be. And I think it makes, it's the sport, it's subjective. It's not who crosses the finish line first, it's who the judges feel deserve to be first or who the judges want to put first. And that's just the sport. I'm here again, I'm going to skate, and who knows what they'll do this time.
Well, you never know what the judges are going to do. You just take care of business out there on the ice. Sarah Hughes with the lead, trying to win for the first time in the Grand Prix. And so far during the warm-up and backstage, to be honest, she's looked a little nervous.
Well, this is the first time she's ever been in this position ahead of Slutskaya and Kwan. So this is new territory for her.
Music, a medley of Daphne and Chloe, and the piano concerto number 2 from Rachmaninoff. Beautiful moves as she enters into the first jump, a double axel. Very elegant line, deep, smooth edge coming out.
By the way, the marks for Nicole Watt range from 4.6 to 5.0 for technical merit, and for presentation, 5.0 to 5.2.
Triple combination, very important for her. Triple Salchow, triple loop. Here, the back inside edge, up to the triple loop. That was wonderful. Very smooth, very confident, very calm.
She may have looked nervous backstage, but not now. So far.
That magnificent loop and stretch on that. It's so clean, the edge rising. Double toe. Not a high jump, not fast or great distance, but it was complete. And that's the most important element when you're in first place.
Nice triple flip.
Beautiful position. Look at the stretching that, the legs and the feet. Magnificent.
I think a lot of these moves come very naturally to Sarah. It doesn't look taut, it looks very natural. Now her second triple combination, triple toe, triple loop. Here's the first one.
Oh, she fell right out.
Maybe the first bit of vulnerability that we've seen from her in the first 2 events.
She has been so solid these past few years, being very consistent.
Triple Lutz jump. be coming into her own with the joy and the lightness that she's demonstrated so many other times.
Wonderful extension.
Last jump.
Very nice landing position, very stretched out.
Beautiful layback spin. And finally, the joy of a 16-year-old comes out.
Well, she is such a competitor. I mean, she's skated so well. One flaw in that program. This audience loves her.
One of 6 kids in the family from Great Neck, New York. Won the silver at Skate America, barely missing. Beating Michelle Kwan for the gold there. Could this have been a gold medal performance? We'll wait and see.
Now, this triple salchow was just nicely solid. Beautiful turns and revolutions and stepping right back up into that triple loop. The flow of that was first rate. And this one, however, was not so good. It was a triple toe loop in which she just didn't make the complete revolution and couldn't do the rest of the combination. But if you want to see a humdinger of a move, it's this layback. Absolutely exquisite. Turned out foot, turned out knee, beautifully bent back. I love it.
The only downside here is that this is the non-scoring event in the Grand Prix for Sarah Hughes. Not thinking about that right now, though. Technical merit marks, 5.6, the rest 5.7s.
Well, she skated so well. She landed 6 clean triple jumps, 1 triple combination that was done so well.
And the presentation marks 5.7, 5.8 range. She is in first place right now, but there is room at the top. Still to come here at Skate Canada, Michelle Kwan, the 4-time world champion. But up next, Irina Slutskaya from Russia, 3 times the world silver medalist. She won this event last year and credits her husband with much of her recent success.
This Wide World of Sports update brought to you by Speed Pass at Exxon and Mobil.
Back here at Skate Canada, our mobile update takes a look at the Canadians having their way in the pairs and the ice dance. In the short programs, Jamie Salé, David Pelletier, first place ordinals from all the judges, standing ovation from the crowd. And Shae, Bourne, Victor Kratz, the leaders after the original dance. You can see the free skates coming your way on Lifetime Friday, November 16th at 6 Eastern. Michelle Kwan backstage, final moments before she takes the ice. But first, her Russian rival out there getting set. Irina Slutskaya skates for the gold medal right now. The two have been rivals, well, since their early teenage years, but they are from very, very different backgrounds. The most exciting rivalry to hit ladies figure skating in recent years has roots on 3 different continents. American Michelle Kwan was born in California after her parents emigrated from Hong Kong. She began skating on a rink in LA, and as she improved, her parents scraped together money for private lessons. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, Irina Slutskaya, a native of Moscow, was part of the Russian national program, training in a cold, dark rink. On 2 sides of the globe, 2 girls were dreaming of glory. Kwan became the junior world champ in 1994, but it was just the beginning of a rivalry in which the two would battle as they grew up in the public eye. Michelle, who started out as a shy little girl, has developed into a graceful woman, dressed in Vera Wang, who spends off-ice time taping television specials, doing photo shoots, and leading the fabulous life.
I never thought I would be going to movie premieres. They pick you up in a limo, and there's a red carpet, and it looks so glamorous. It's sort of a dream. I know. It's still is.
Reality is very different for Irina Slutskaya, who came up through the ranks at a time when her country was economically troubled, and so were state-funded sports programs. This meant training in large groups in unheated rinks on pockmarked ice. Along with cultural tumult, Irina suffered a stormy passage from girlhood to womanhood. After becoming the first Russian woman ever to win Europeans in '96 and again in '97, she gained weight, lost her form, and failed to make the Russian world team.
You know, I have all girls have time like they be girls and they go to be women, you know. I'm now a little bit older, and I think this time between girl and woman, I think it's ending, and it's good because I work on this.
Irina worked with a vengeance, fueled by her competitive fire. She slimmed down, improved her jumps, and regained the European title in 2000. But when it came to Worlds, she couldn't beat Michelle Kwan, and that hasn't changed. Going into this Olympic year, both women have come of age chasing the same goal. As the season unfolds, will it be the graceful American Kwan or the fiery Russian Slutskaya who will dominate? We begin to find out right now their first meeting in the Grand Prix this season. Much different roads taken to this point in their careers, but they are after the same thing, an Olympic gold medal this year. Irina Slutskaya, the 20-year-old from Moscow, in 4th place after the short program here.
With a triple combination, this triple Lutz, triple loop she has planned, but ended up being just a triple Lutz.
But what a magnificent just a triple Lutz. Wonderful height on that.
And that's what she is known for, is that wonderful natural spring in her jumps. And now another triple combination, triple Salchow, triple loop. A triple Salchow at the end.
The secret was she fell out of the second jump, stepping onto 2 feet, and that will
it won't count as a
that'll be a major deduction.
Irina Slutskaya needs someone else to beat Sarah Hughes here in the free skate to have a shot at the gold medal, because she is in 4th place going into that. She needs help to win the gold, much like Michelle Kwan did a couple of seasons ago. She needed help from Slutskaya. She had to beat Butirskaya for Michelle to have a chance in Nice.
Triple Lutz, double toe.
Magnificent height on that, really superb height.
But this triple is very unusual with these back 3 turns into the triple loop. Very nice. After the World Championships last year, she said to herself, you know, I need to, go home and work on things. And every season to her is a new life.
Really completed in the air. And that's one of the most difficult elements of triple jumps. Layback that's far better than it was last year. Still not perfect, but much better.
She really gets into this program, very expressive.
tragedy of Tosca is just wonderful for her. Ah, double toe loop, a triple that fell apart.
I think she's going to try another one. Yeah, another triple toe. Missed it once and added it in.
And this final spin, less time, but she's pulling it faster.
It's kind of a disjointed performance for her. She did not complete a triple-triple combination as Sarah Hughes did.
But it was rather wonderful that she was able to take on the character of a woman agonized at the loss of her lover. And I think she does that very well. Maybe she's thinking of her own personal life, which has had such an improvement with her marriage. It's a number and a performance that I must say I like, even though I have not liked her skating a lot in the past. Now, this triple Lutz showed Irina Slutskaya's extraordinary spring that she gets in her jumps. Look at this toe-picked, wonderful height. Gives her plenty of time to complete the 3 revolutions as she steps out of it. This triple Salchow combination, good one first, but the second one falls apart, double foots it, and then does another Salchow, and it's not spiffy.
For technical merit. 5-7.
Now the first set, technical merit, 5.6 to 5.8. Those are higher than Sarah Hughes.
That is incredible.
Yep.
That doesn't seem fair to me.
And now presentation, Dick, 5.8, 5.9. 6 of the 7 judges rated that free skate better than the free skate from Sarah Hughes. But overall, Hughes still has the lead over Irina Slutskaya. Well, it's now up to Michelle Kwan, the 4-time world champion. She's won the U.S. title 5 times over, but she's got work to do now. In second place after the short program, trying to win the title next.
The rulebook of figure skating requires skaters to perform a combination spin in both the short and free program. In the free program, it must be at least 10 revolutions, including a change of foot, and it may consist of any number of positions. This combination spin starts out with a camel position, followed by a forward sit spin, to a back sit spin, to a back scratch spin. Judges look for good body position and the speed and centering of the spin.
Backstage, Sarah Hughes, anxious moments for her, waiting to see if she'll win her first international gold medal at this level. Golden opportunity now for Michelle Kwan. There has been the perception out there that her skating has been, well, perhaps stale, not moving forward, but she can put that to rest. Much of those thoughts right now, trying for a second Grand Prix win of the year.
Well, the command she takes, just even in her opening pose, is very Michelle. She owns this ice.
There's been some question that she will put in one of the most difficult triple-triple combinations in her repertoire right here. We shall see this. First, a triple toe loop and a fall. No combination. No stand.
She was having trouble in the warm-up. Another triple-triple combination. She was doing this in the practice this week. She was on the attack. This triple Lutz, triple loop. There's the triple Lutz. Oh, she attempted the triple loop but fell. It was a little slow.
There was no question, though, that she was going to come into this free skate and be aggressive.
Yeah, I could see it on the practices that she was attacking everything in her program.
Just her second event without her coach, Frank Carroll. No matter how you look at it, that's got to be extremely difficult to adjust to, especially going back-to-back in events. 2 weeks in a row.
Well, she said, as I've gotten older, I've grown more independent. So she's just testing her wings. Nice triple flip.
Triple Salchow.
Her signature move is beautiful inside, outside, spiral.
Better placed than it was at the Skate America Championship.
Now this is another triple Lutz. She may add a combination to this. Nope. Adding a triple toe loop at the end.
And a final death drop back sit spin, catch foot leg position, and a forward scratch spin.
Boy, she really had to fight through this performance. Very tough.
She always seems to smile through the adversity, and I must say I love her for that.
She landed 6 clean triples in this program.
Kind of a microcosm of her career, Dick, what you just said about smiling through adversity. Sarah Hughes has the lead right now. Michelle Kwan, her effort in the free skate. We'll see what the judges think.
And here is her first triple-triple combination, the triple toe here. And she ended up falling on this, very much out of character of her. She didn't go up straight in the air and didn't get enough lift. And here is her second triple combination, this triple Lutz. Watch her reach back. Up in the air she goes, and she didn't get a good, solid takeoff on that triple loop and ended up falling. That was a disaster.
Well, it's been some years since Michelle Kwan finished lower than second in a competition. We'll see what the judges think. Right here, technical merit, 5.5, 5.6 range.
Not high because of those 2 disastrous falls.
But she did do 5 clean triples in this program.
Presentation marks 5.6 to 5.8. All third-place ordinals from the judges, and Michelle Kwan is in third behind Slutskaya. Hughes still has the lead.
Wow.
Up next, Fumie Suguri with a chance to win the gold. The Japanese gold medalist became the first Japanese skater to win an ISU title since Yuka Sato last year at 4 Continents. She skates after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
State Farm is a proud sponsor of U.S. figure skating. Because little girls have big dreams, too.
ABC Sports coverage of the ISU Grand Prix of Figure Skating Skate Canada continues.
Back here in Canada with a reminder, you can see the Super Bowl champs in action tomorrow night here on ABC. The Baltimore Ravens battle the Tennessee Titans. Monday Night Football live at 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific tomorrow night. Down to the final skater here for the ladies. Sarah Hughes has the lead over Arina Slutskaya, then Michelle Kwan. Taking the ice is Fumie Suguri of Japan in third after the short program with a chance here to win the gold medal. Stay with me here for a moment. Now, because Slutskaya's free skate was judged better than that of Hughes, if Fumie Suguri beats Hughes in the free skate, but not Slutskaya, Slutskaya can still win the gold medal, even though she's in second right now.
Fumie has improved so much this year. Her choreographer, Laurie Nickel, told her to skate with heart, then the artistry comes from there. And she is opening with a triple-triple combination, triple Lutz, triple toe. Here's the takeoff of the triple Lutz. Good spring. Oh, and fell out of that triple toe.
Well, that's going to certainly set the path to the conclusion of this event. She needs every one of her remaining difficulties if she's going to hold a chance here. Look at this, triple flip. Double flip, fell out, uh-oh, that's 2 strikes.
Wonderful spring to her jumps, and just going into that flying back sit was beautiful.
Fumie Suguri, who placed 7th at the World Championships last year, just missed making it to the Grand Prix final last season. She came in 3rd in this event last year. But as Peggy said, has really put it together this season early.
Well, this is an exquisite program to Moonlight Sonata.
She fell out of that triple loop. That's the 3rd mistake. I'm afraid it's now she's out. Double toe. Looks to me like she's just throwing in a few extra moves here and there to increase her technical difficulties.
It's a beautiful layback spin, nice line, good ankles. I like her arm positions on this camel change camel.
Good speed, good edging.
There's a lot of energy at the end of this, 4 minutes.
It would be nice if she could stretch just a little bit more, particularly her back. Double axel.
This could have more stretch in it. Needs to arch up, hold her upper body up a little bit more.
But on this final combination spin, she does show a superb spinning ability. Lay back, back sit spin. Now watch her pull this back spin and look at how tight the legs are and how well centered that is.
Great ending to that program, but a tale of two emotions backstage. Arena Slutskaya needed Fumie Suguri to skate well. She's still smiling. Sarah Hughes, though, gotta be feeling confident right now. Could be her biggest win ever. We'll see when we come back.
Technical merit.
Back here at Skate Canada, the marks on the way now for Fumie Suguri, the final skater here for the ladies.
Very commendable. Nothing to write home about.
She landed 4 triples, and that's about it. She, blew a lot of them.
And now the marks for presentation, Dick.
Even those are not outstanding. She just doesn't quite stop and sing along with this whole thing. There's steady and good.
All
great.
4th place ordinals from the judges. So Fumie Suguri ends up overall in 4th place. Guess what? Sarah Hughes wins the gold medal, her first international medal at this level of skating. Well, here are your final results at Skate Canada. Sarah Hughes, the gold medal, the first time in her career, too, that she has beaten Michelle Kwan. Slutskaya ends up with the silver, and Michelle Kwan, for the first time since the mid-90s, finishes lower than 2nd at a major competition. Overall, the Grand Prix standings through 2 events now, Skate America, Skate Canada, Kwan has 19 points. Hughes, this was a non-scoring event. Remember, she has 9 points and is tied with Slutskaya. Dick, how about a comparison between the ordinals for the top 2 finishers here?
The extraordinary thing about this competition was that Slutskaya won a majority of first places for the free skating program over Sarah Hughes. Sarah Hughes held on to the title because Slutskaya's 4th place finish in the short program did her in. But the real point is that it belies the fact that music and choreography and program and all of those wonderful things are becoming more and more important. The name of the game here was that triple jumps were the answer, and that's the story.
Take a look right now at our Smart Ones Smart Move replay.
This was a wonderful moment in Sarah's program. The triple-triple combination, triple Salchow, triple loop, had good lift and spring, good solid edge on the landing.
A part of her program that won the gold medal, and she's standing by right now with Susie Wynn. Susie?
Sarah, congratulations. Wonderful job. How hard was it going into the free program as the leader after the short program?
It was a great feeling, doing really well in the short and coming in first, but I was very focused on my free program, and I knew what I wanted to do.
Now, the emotions of beating Michelle Kwan, your longtime rival, friend, and role model, how were the emotions on that score?
I was just really happy to skate well. I was happy with my skate. I felt it was much better than last week artistically, and that's all I focus on, really.
First Grand Prix gold medal, 6 triples landed. What's next in your plan of plans?
I'm going to go home, work really hard. I have La Ligue coming up soon, and I'm going to just go home and work on more triple-triples and just keep skating well and working hard.
Well, good luck to you, and congratulations again.
Thank you.
As for Michelle Kwan, well, wasn't her kind of day, but she was aggressive. She put in the triple-triples, and she went after them. She is now with Susie Wynn. Susie?
Michelle, you really upped the ante and the difficulty in the free program, adding the triple-triple, and you stayed true to yourself. You had a lot to risk, but you stayed true to yourself.
It didn't seem like a really bad performance. I mean, I felt very strong out there. I felt that I went for it, and, I had two triple-triple combinations in the first minute or so I had a lot on my plate, and I'm glad I pulled it in, and I felt really good with my performance.
You've been in a situation before where it's a building situation, and you've always come back. Where do you go from here?
It is a building process, and I think being an athlete, that's all we do, try to get better each day. And I felt like the last month or so, it's gotten a lot better since Goodwill Games, and I've got a couple of months now, so it'll be nice to really go home, train, and really prepare myself for the next major competition.
Well, good luck to you, and congratulations.
As we wrap things up here at Skate Canada, don't forget to join us next Sunday. The Grand Prix of Figure Skating continues at 12 Eastern, 3 Pacific from Germany with the Nations Cup competition. producer Kurt Gowdy Jr. For Dick Button, Peggy Fleming, and Susie Wynn, I'm Terry Gannon. ABC Sports is online at ESPN.com. Keyword, ABC Sports. Goodbye, everybody.
Tonight, the champions of the ice take us on another skating journey. Winter is around the corner, and so too are the Winter Olympics. Compelling stories have begun to capture our imagination. Masters of the Ice return for another season, and former world champions grace the ice in Saskatoon. A Canadian welcome for Elvis Stojko. One last skate from Saskatchewan is next on CTV. Not far from Nicole Watt's hometown of Melfort, Saskatchewan. The young skater now living in Saskatoon. We'll see Nicole Watt, who did not win a medal here, later in the show. She is the pride of this province, and Saskatchewan should be very proud because they hosted a terrific MasterCard Skate Canada International. Good evening, everybody. I'm Rod Black along with Debbie Wilkes. I think we're still out of breath after a fascinating week of some really interesting stories.
You hit the nail right on the head, and I think this being an Olympic year, obviously that's going to be a big theme throughout the season. But what we saw here at Skate Canada was so typical of this wonderful type of event, where some of the stories that you predicted didn't happen and others that you couldn't have predicted did, like the return of Elvis Stojko.
There were some gimmies, and when I say a gimme, favorites that go on to do what they had to do. But you have to give them credit because they did not put it in cruise control. And I think about Jamie Salé and David Pelche, who won the pairs event, and Shae, Bourne, and Victor Kratz, who captured the dance gold medal.
Obviously, winning Skate Canada is an important consideration for every competitor. But what they have on their mind is 3 months away, and that's Salt Lake City. They have to obviously make it through their national championships to be named to their respective Olympic teams. But every time one of these great skaters takes the ice, they're thinking Olympics. They're thinking about what they have to do at every event to guarantee a more solid placement, to guarantee the kind of consistency that makes an Olympic champion.
And the road to the Olympic Games always weaves its way, and there are always little turns. And we saw a turn with Michelle Kwan finishing third. First time that we have seen her finish third in an event in 5 years, and young Sarah Hughes rise up to the top step of the podium.
I'm sure Michelle is thinking, oh, is this like a replay of '97 where she was touted to be the Olympic champion? Everything seemed to be falling into place. And now suddenly, here comes another young American wunderkind who looks like she's not going to make it easy.
Well, you can hear the audience behind us. They're getting ready for our parade of champions, a chance to take a look back at the week that was in Saskatoon and also look ahead to the season that will be on CTV. We will also take you backstage tonight. Jamie Salé, David Pelche will be our ace reporters, microphone in hand. There's Fumie Suguri. She will also skate tonight.
Representing Canada, Emanuel Sandhu.
One of the stories of the week focused on Emanuel Sandhu, Canadian men's skating champion. And the tale of two programs, which really has been his story. From absolute brilliance one night to frustration in his next skate. He should have won a medal here and did not.
This is his kind of program, the show program to Ave Maria. We'll see his enormous ballet training.
Not easy to do triple jumps under a spotlight.
You completely lose not only your direction, but the horizon.
And many skaters choose to just do doubles in show programs. I like his tact.
There is no skater on the face of this earth with the style and charismatic personality on the ice of Emanuel Sandhu. I just want him to do it.
Just needs consistency in the competitive environment. Talent unquestioned. You're watching the 2001 MasterCard Skate Canada International on your figure skating network, CTV. Fumie Suguri just missed the podium here in Saskatoon. The top 3 women in the world were here, and Fumie had a chance to knock one of them off. Here's another supremely talented skater.
Not only supremely talented as a technician, she's the full package. She hears music. She loves to skate to it. She has a sense of choreography and drama. It's just the confidence of being able to present it.
Fumie
And
Suguri.
versatile.
Someone we may see that could pull an upset, make it to the podium at the Winter Olympics in Salt Lake City. Certainly capable.
Well, and if you want the kind of training it needs to overtake the leaders, being able to compete against them early in the season is exactly the kind of situation you want to be in.
Fumie Suguri, who finished 4th here at the MasterCard Skate Canada International.
Our next skaters are from Russia. They placed 4th in the dance event. Here now is Nana Kulikova and Alexei Markov.
They became crowd favorites in Saskatoon. Likeable young skaters. Just barely 20 years old. Svetlana Kulikova, Arseny Markov of Russia.
Systematic. It's romantic. Why degrees lightning?
Future Natalia Bestomianova here.
Yeah, remember Bestomianova and Buchan, actually very similar. And look, they were a little dramatic. This team, a lot of fun. We're going to be watching them. They're just out of the junior ranks, 6th ranked in Russia. Let's go. And here is the bronze medal team in ice dance. Isabelle Delobel and Olivier Schoenfelder, 2nd ranked team in France. And they were very solid here in Saskatoon.
Qui se lève pour un Dieu, il ne voit
think I get a sense of their influence.
Anasina and Pizarra, perhaps, former world champions, and the very team that this team has their sights on.
Interesting to see what Anasina and Pizarra have up their sleeve this season, too, as we get closer to the Olympics. Grand Prix final, of course, will be held in Kitchener in early December. An exciting season. Sally and
Please welcome Todd Eldridge.
This, of course, is the final season for Canada's Elvis Stojko, but it's also the final season for his longtime rival and friend and a real classy guy. This sport is going to miss both of these guys, Elvis Stojko and this man, Todd Eldridge.
Now you're in the world. Sound, and I kicked up Mars. Buses, well, they got me quite cross. But the sun's been kind. Well, I wrote this song just for people like you that keep it turned on. So excuse me for getting, but these things I do, you see I've forgotten if they're green or they're blue. Oh, please, what are we learning? You're the sweetest eyes I've ever
One of the greatest spinners this sport has ever seen.
And that's one of the reasons why the jumps are so textbook perfect as well.
Elton John's Your Song, sung by Ewan McGregor from the soundtrack Moulin Rouge, which was a terrific movie, and a terrific skater, is Todd Eldridge.
You know, I hate every 4 years when we have to face the fact we're going to be lonely without our familiar Olympians who have been role models of inspiration.
Canadians, please welcome Nicole Watt.
She did not win a medal here in her home province on home ice, but it did not matter to this crowd. They came to see their golden one, Nicole Watt, who finished 9th.
A little after 12. Make breakfast for myself. Leave the work for someone else. People say that I'm just a
She has grown 2 inches since last season, and she still is growing in this sport, Nicole Watt. Silver medalist to come from Saskatoon in a moment. She will be one of the favorites at the Winter Olympics. She's one of the favorites every year in the big events. Second in Saskatoon was Russia's Arina Slitskaya.
An amazing story of a comeback at a very young age, touted to be the next brilliant one out of Russia. Kind of lost her direction too. A story that maybe Michelle Kwan could have a look at.
Really is a great story. She was thinking about giving up skating, went out for a run one day, bumped into this young man who she fell in love with, became her husband. He was basically a trainer who helped her get back in shape, and now she is one of the finest in the world. Life is timing.
Now, she's never been able to produce the world gold medal, but I think in speaking with her on occasion, she has learned from being so solid throughout the year and then kind of choking a little bit when it came to world.
Well, we're skating on Dean Martin's song called Cha 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 d'Amour. And why? Because it's a funny piece, and we like to skate on fast, funny piece because it's different from the majority of the skaters. So people can get a good laugh, hopefully.
Sometimes when you achieve greatness, a lot is expected. And so far, these two have met every expectation of becoming a world champion. Jamie Salé, David Pelletier, world champions, Skate Canada champions.
Our audience may remember this number. It was a show number that they skated in Vancouver after they won their world title. New costumes. Jamie loves the way it turns David into a comedian.
You know, when I look at you, all of a sudden my heart sings, and I remember little things. Your voice upon the telephone, and your little laugh, that's all you know. The way you smile lights up your eyes, the way you look up in surprise, and I just feel like in your touch. Oh, darling, love you so much.
Chat d'amour, take this song to my love. Shoo, shoo, little bird, go and find my love. Chat d'amour, serenade at her window. Shoo, shoo, little bird, sing my song of love. Tell her I will wait, but if she names the date, tell her that I care more than I can bear. When we are apart, how it hurts my heart. So fly, oh fly away, and say I hope and pray this lover's melody will bring her back to me. Chat d'amour, take this song to my lover. Shoo, shoo, little bird, tell her of my love.
Oh, darling, I love you so much. The secret way you press my hand, to let me know you understand. The wind and rain upon your face, the breathless world of your embrace.
Jamie Saleh and David Pesci, the pair of gold medalists at the MasterCard Skate Canada International.
Skating should be fun. Even
They make it fun.
competitively.
Yeah, they make it fun. Two great kids who just happen to love their sport, work very hard at it, have become world champions, and now are the favorites to win the gold medal in Salt Lake City.
I would say that is definitely true. Teams 2 and 3 suffering early in the season from injury. Berejnaya and Suguri out of Nations Cup due to a fall that they had a couple of weeks ago where Anton had his arm quite severely cut. Jamie and David motoring on, taking each opportunity as a test for the Olympic Games.
And adding touches and getting better and better with each step on the ice.
I hope they don't change a step of the free program. Since Skate America, they have been listening to a lot of people, getting a lot of advice. I think it's the kind of program, kind of like an onion, as you peel the skins away, the layers away, you find this pearl inside. By the time we see them at the Olympic Games, that program will be rich.
There was a lot of question, too, about the coaching change they made, the move they made to move west under Jan Allmark. So far, no problems.
I've never seen them happier.
Or more confident.
But Rod, what really sets them apart is the connection that they have with each other. We all feel it. Like you're watching something quite intimate.
It sure helps, doesn't it? It sure helps sell it. On the road to the Grand Prix final, the Nationals, Salt Lake and beyond. The world champions of pair skating. And just a viewing note, Off Ice with Debbie Wilkes, a new show on WTSN, down your dial. December 3rd, the season premiere, 13 episodes, a lot of great interviews, including Canadian Women's Champion Jennifer Robinson on the first show, Off Ice with Debbie Wilkes. Tickets already available for next year's MasterCard Skate Canada International in Quebec City, beautiful Quebec City, November 7th to 10th. Call the number on your screen for tickets. And so what a week in Saskatoon. Tremendous host of this event. Some great skating fans in the prairies. And what compelling stories as we weave our way through the season, a season that has just begun. Yes, Elvis is back, and that's good news for Canadian skating fans. For Debbie Wilkes and our backstage reporters, Jamie Saleh and David Pelche, this is Rod Black. Good night, everybody, from Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. We'll see you down the road.